letter of intent and classification code, which was conflicting, and that's where the dispute was happening. And so the core concept presented to the council has remained the same. It is a residential home where adults voluntarily participate in a structured residential experience focused on wellness, personal growth, life skills, reflection, and community living. So it's not a facility, not a care home, not a medical facility, but a residential home. And through this process, like I said, the language used to describe the operation was clarified, and it resulted in confirmation from the building department that the proposed use is being reviewed as a Group C residential occupancy, operating as a single housekeeping unit. Residents are independent adults who are ambulatory, capable of independent living, capable of self-evacuation, and free to leave the program at any time. And I'd like to also acknowledge the concerns that were brought by neighbors, and appreciated the opportunity to hear those concerns, and hopefully had enough information that would clarify the business. And just to remind that we work collaboratively to make the decision, and the whole purpose was to come aligned and in support of the recommendations that were proposed by Red Deer Planning District to this hearing. And I'm also pleased that we have received letters of support from close neighbors, property owners. I have the original letters here if you wanted to read them, but I'll read some of them because I think it's pretty significant just from the neighbor. Like you said, I'm writing in support of the conditional use application for the proposed wellness center on the property right next to mine. I have no concerns with the application and see it as the use that fits well within the neighborhood. In many ways, it is similar to Bed and Breakfast Retreat that has operated beside me for years without any issues. I do not expect the wellness center to have any negative impact on my property or surrounding area. I'm supportive of the application and believe it will be a positive addition to our community. I look forward to welcoming the new neighbors and wish them all the best with their plans. We got a letter of support from the church right next to the property, saying that they're also supporting us. I'm not going to read the whole letter. If you have interest, you can read it. And there's another letter from another neighbor also supporting us. I think those are very good signs for us and the community as well. And of course, the key part, addressing the recommendations, the conditions. Just one more time, taking a moment to clearly describe the proposed operation. We propose the residential home. It is first and foremost a residential environment. Again, individuals participate in independent adults who voluntarily choose to be there. They're capable of independent living, capable of self-evacuation, and free to leave the program. The purpose of this home is to provide a structured residential experience focused on personal growth, wellness, life skills, routine, community living, reflection, and healthy lifestyle practices. And residents live together as a single housekeeping unit, share meals, participate in household routines, attend scheduled activities, and engage in structured daily environment. Staff are present to facilitate programming, coordinate activities, maintain the operation of the home, and ensure the residential environment functions as intended. This is not a long-term stay. People are coming there for a short stays, such as between 6 to 8 weeks. So they're not there for the long term. They're there just to come, receive the services, and be integrated back to their lives. The role of staff is not custodial in nature, and residents do not require assistance with daily functioning. So the building department's review process focused extensively on these distinctions and ultimately determined that the proposed use is being reviewed as Group C residential occupancy operating as a single housekeeping unit. And so I believe that this clarification is important because the discussion over the past several months have been about what we intend to do. But rather rather how the operation should be properly understood and classified. And we reached this understanding on both ends, so that's good news. So the best way to understand this proposal is not as a facility where services are delivered to people who cannot function independently. It is again a residential environment where independent adults choose to participate in activities. And today I'm asking council to consider the proposal based on this clarified understanding. And with respect to recommended conditions, we generally agree with the majority of the conditions. As I said, the ultimate goal was to be able to come to this public hearing and agree with all, not most of the conditions, with maybe some amendments. And so the comments that I have are just minor amendments, which was also discussed prior to this meeting with regular planning, and they don't seem to be a big issue. However, I still want to note them. We're in total agreement with condition 1, and in agreement that the condition and understand any substantial changes to the approved use should require further review and approval. The condition number 2, since the operation of this report, since the preparation of this report, administration has confirmed that the proposed use being reviewed as Group C residential occupancy operating as a single housekeeping unit, and administration has indicated that this condition may no longer apply. So condition number 2 will not necessarily be applicable anymore. The condition number 3, we're in full agreement. Condition number 4, the connecting to municipal wastewater system, we're in full agreement. Condition number 5, to comply with all regulations under the Public Health Act, if required. This is key. As we know, this is not going to be a medical facility, so it's not going to be required. However, we still agree if required. Condition number 6, same idea. Addition was if required, so we're in full agreement to go ahead and find out what the requirements are and meet them all. Condition number 7, to comply with regulations on the workplace safety. We're in full agreement of that. Condition number 8 is not applicable anymore because it was referring to personal care home standards, again, if it's required, but it's not really relevant to this proposed classification. Condition number 9, provide safety emergency plan. We're in full agreement of that. Condition number 10, provide a site plan showing adequate parking. We agree with this condition and prepared to provide a site plan demonstrating compliance with the applicable parking requirements, but we should would like the confirmation regarding which parking standard administration intends to apply given the proposed Group C residential occupancy and residential wellness home classification, as it seemed to be more for other classification that was proposed before. Condition number 11, maximum of 10 sleeping residents at home. We're in agreement for that. That's what we're applying for. Condition number 12, maximum 10 administrative staff on site at home. We ask that the wording be revised from administrative staff to simply staff, because administrative staff does not define an operation may involve staff performing a variety of functions, including administration, meal preparation, housekeeping, maintenance, activity coordination, and general operation of the home. But we're comfortable with a maximum of 10 staff at one time. Condition number 13, to retain municipal business license for each year of operation. We're in full agreement with that. Condition number 14, no signage on the property. We are in agreement. Condition number 15, accessory building cannot be used as a habitable space. We're in agreement with that. Condition number 16, order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, and fines. We are in agreement of that. Condition 17, same idea. It's not really applicable to us anymore. It's receiving licensing from Community Living Disability Services because our clients are not going to have any disabilities, and they're so we would ask, we'll just say that it's not applicable to us. There's no specific licensing to this voluntary business that we're proposing. Condition number 18th, obtain a permit for legalization and intensification of use of the existing access of the road 204. We agree to obtain any permit required by Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure. We just like to request clarification if this condition relates to permit requirements and does not require physical upgrades unless specifically required by the province, which seems to be the case. Condition number 19th, we are to enter into a development agreement with the rural municipality, St. Clements, if required. We understand that this condition includes the word if required, but we would like to request clarification regarding whether development agreement is anticipated, and if so, what specific matters would be addressed through such an agreement. Condition number 20, regular inspections of the facility will be required every 12 months by a member of the Narrow Fire Department. And we are in agreement. Now we would like to clarify. No objections to reasonable inspections, but we would like to ask clarification regarding the intent and scope of the inspections. Condition 21, development shall comply with all applicable municipal bylaws. Absolutely in agreement with that. Condition number 22, the use shall be developed in accordance with the letter of intent. Absolutely, we're in agreement with that. And we have no intentions to go against that. Condition number 23, there may be site audits conducted to ensure compliance, and any non-compliance issues may be a cause to revoke the conditional use at any time. We definitely support the municipality's ability to conduct inspections or audits to ensure compliance with improved conditions. However, we respectfully request that the conditions be amended to provide a reasonable compliance process before revocation is considered. We would support wording indicating that where non-compliance is identified, the owner will be notified of the concern and provided a reasonable opportunity to correct the issue before any consideration of revocation, except in circumstances involving an immediate risk to public health or safety. Our intention is to operate transparently, collaboratively, and in full compliance with the conditions of approval, and we believe a fair compliance process should be appropriate. And the last condition, 24, to provide evidence of insurance as outlined in the Health Services Act. Again, we would request the word if required to be added to this condition, just like to previous conditions that didn't seem to be applicable, but we understand why they're there. At present, there is no specific insurance requirement under the Health Services Insurance Act that has been identified as applying to the proposed residential wellness home model. So this condition might not be applicable, but if added if required, we'll be okay with that. So we believe that this proposal is compatible with the character of the property, compatible with the surrounding area, and consistent with the property's long history as a place of gathering, reflection, learning, and personal growth. And most importantly, we believe that this proposal offers something positive to the community at a time where many people are seeking opportunities to reconnect, develop healthier lifestyles, strengthen life skills, and invest in their personal well-being. We have listened carefully throughout this process, responded to concerns, worked collaboratively with administration, and demonstrated our willingness to comply with reasonable conditions and requirements. For these reasons, I respectfully ask Council to approve the application and consider the requested amendments and classifications to the recommended conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from members of council to the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
Madam Mayor, there was 3 letters of support. They're not in our package here. They weren't submitted to council previously. Can I get the 3 civic addresses off of those?
Yes.
Thank you. 5819 Henderson Highway. 5847 Henderson Highway. and 5222 Rebec Road. You can keep these for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions on this application? Go ahead, Councilor Mazerovich.
What kind of sewage disposables on that site?
Mm. Oh, that's right, Holden Tank.
Holding tank. And you're gonna have people there, up to 10 people for 6 or 8 weeks on holding tank.
We'll likely to upgrade.
How many holding tanks are on the property?
Just one.
One. Okay.
Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, and Valentina didn't have an opportunity to speak at the beginning, so I'm just going to ask you now if you have anything that you want to add to this application.
I actually prepared some slides just to, show it for the open public, for them to be familiar what are we talking about.
Right.
Because time has passed on that, so if you want me to add it, conditions will be the same, but again, we will just show to the people again what are we talking about.
Right.
You want me to
Yes, please.
present that? Okay. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, I just stopped sharing, so you should be able to share.
Okay. Okay, think we're good. Okay, so the number is the same. Conditional use application CU 6/2026, 5839 Henderson Highway. And the purpose of that application is to apply for another residential use instead of previously names of rehab center or neighborhood rehab center. And now it's gonna be a residential wellness home for them to apply to establish. As per zoning law of San Clements in RR, and we're talking, let me show you that, so we're talking about here. There are 2 areas for that long river lot here, so again, we're talking about RR only, as I indicated there. So in that zone, any other residential is a conditional, that's why we haven't got a public hearing for residential wellness home. And some site plan from the applicant that the whole structure gonna be used for that use. And condition being outlined, do you want me to still read them out loud, or? Madam Mayor, you want-
If you just show each
Just
slide
a
and just
little-
walk through it,
Yeah.
because I'll be reading them out anyways
Yeah,
again.
exactly. But again, not a problem. So should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. First, 2 are standard, that this conditional use is limited to what is being presented. And any not in substantial conformance changes will require a new conditional use approval. Also, applicant owner to obtain all required permits. Bed and breakfast that was approved would be revoked, and owner to connect to the municipal wastewater system and pay fees. Also, applicant to comply with all regulations under the Public Health Act, if required again. Applicant owner to comply with the food and food handling establishment regulations if required. Applicant owner to comply with all regulations of the workspace safety and also personal care home standards regulations, again, if required. Here we're gonna have also condition to provide safety emergency plan and to provide site plan showing adequate parkings. Also, as been discussed before, owner to have a maximum 10 patients at one time at home, and a maximum 10 healthcare professionals. Professionals?
Those are the previous recommendations.
We had something new there. This is the latest one. professions, or we change it to the
Professionals,
J?
it's supposed to be staff.
I know, staff, so we're gonna change it to staff, or, okay, we'll see it then.
Administrative staff is separate.
Okay, so no signage, accessory building cannot be used as a habitable space. Also, a matter of the taxes, licenses, permits, again, it's required. And to enter into development agreement if required, inspections every 12 months, development, shall comply with all applicable municipal bylaws. And the use shall be developed in accordance to the letter of intent. And conditions, and order to provide evidence of insurance of the Health Service Insurance Act. That's included on here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Sue, I noticed that you had your hand up. Was there something you wanted to add or share?
Yeah, I'll just, make comments on some of the if required conditions and why we had put that in there. So when I did research, with the provincial government about all types of legislations required, I couldn't get a direct answer with what is required. I was sent to 3 or 4 different departments. So I guess what we're asking of the applicant is, if they feel that, you know, they go to the provincial office and find they don't need to comply with the Public Health Act of Manitoba, that's why it says if required. So if they get a letter from that department saying you are not required to follow this legislation, that would be suitable to check off the condition. So I just wanted to mention that. I think it's very important also to continue with the insurance. The last condition, she had mentioned that she didn't think it would be required under the Health Services Insurance Act. If there is something else, it could be at the discretion of the officer, or we could put if required, but certainly insurance would be something we would ask for if we were in a development agreement with her. They'd have to have a $2 million liability. So if that's part of it, that would also be part of the insurance if we go into a development agreement. We ask that of everybody we enter into a development agreement with. She had also requested that 23 was a comment that there may be site audits to conduct to ensure compliance, and any non-compliance issue may revoke the conditional use. So I'll just give a little step on that, and Valentina, if you could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe what happens is that bylaw officer from planning goes out there. If they see, say, for example, somebody living in the garage, which we state can't happen, they send the letter, they give them 14 days for correction. If it's corrected, fine, violation goes away. The next letter, if it didn't go away after the first 14 days, I believe the next letter is 7 days. And then the next letter after that would be to cease all operations. So she does have considerable time to consider before you get to the revoking standpoint of it. She also talked about the fire inspections. Under legislation MR 81/2023, firemen are supposed to inspect any public facilities, and that's a requirement under legislation annually. So that's no different than any other business they'd be looking for hazards, they'd be looking if there's fire exit signs, those types of things in the building, and proper, you know, fireproofing suppressions if required, fire extinguishers, those types of things. So it's all dealing with health. If there was hazards such as, you know, propane, you know, gets them acknowledged that those kind of chemicals are there, unlike that probably doesn't happen in this case, but that's what the firemen do on these types of inspections. So I'm open to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you for that.
Madam Mayor, may I add?
Go right ahead, please.
Okay, just to elaborate a little further on what Sue was talking about. As a requirement for inspections, the council would not dictate what happens in an inspection, as you had requested. It is the authority of the inspector to go there. Whatever they find, they will then act on it. So it could be if they saw too many people and otherwise. You also asked why a DA is needed, and consider there may be no permits. And to be really clear, development agreement might be needed because what you're asking for is 10 people to be there along with 10 staff. So 20 people utilizing that site when we go to take a look at it, we'll be probably asking you to provide some engineering to show us 20 people having an impact on the sewer system. And so what would be your charges for connecting would be then impacted, and a development agreement would be needed as part of that. You also asked about parking and why you would need, or what would be some of the restrictions associated. The situation here is whenever a conditional use is applied for, council has the authority to take a look at that and the impact of that. Regardless of permitting, they could ask for a parking plan as part of a conditional use because it's a use that was never contemplated in the zoning bylaw. And that's why the public hearing happens to accommodate that level of dialogue and make that decision. Okay, you also, so I think I've addressed the scope of the inspections. Sue's correct. There's multiple processes when it comes to compliance. The one thing you need to know is during that process, and if you have methodology on how you're going to address a compliance issue, usually you can come in and ask for additional time at that time. But it's hard to contemplate what that would be at this point, because we don't know what you would need to comply with in the future. That's why all those conditions are put in there. And the if required, definitely, it's, this is because the application has gone through an iterative process of change. And because it's gone through an iterative process of change, the administration has, with the abundance of caution, must recommend to council all those possibilities, because we also have to worry about the life and safety of the people that are working there and the people who are attending there, as well as the neighbors.
Okay,
Sue, what's the last one?
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. I believe in our last, one, which I can't see here, looking at it briefly, we had said that no occupancy could take place until such time that all the conditions were met. Is council in favor of adding something like that?
That might be after, once the council finishes the debate.
okay, so there are a couple of other people that want to speak on this, and if there are no further questions from council, I may have to call you back if other questions arise, but I do have a couple of others who wish to speak on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joy Klassen, did you have something
No,
that
I
you
just
wanted to
signed
add?
in.
Okay, and is it Alvy Klassen? Alvin, okay, and did you want to speak to anything? No, okay. One more name that I have is Dave Kramer.
That's me.
Did you want to speak to the application at all?
I'm just in favor.
Okay, and I believe it's Chuck Gurton.
No, I signed the wrong one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just cross you off of here then. Okay, now I know that there was a few people that came in a little bit later and perhaps didn't have the opportunity to sign in on, for conditional use number 6 of 2026. So I am going to ask if there is anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this particular application. I don't see any hands being raised and I don't see anyone coming forward. So with that, if council is ready to deal with this application, I will ask for a resolution to come out of the conditional use board and move it forward or see what happens with it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Valentina, go ahead.
It's okay. I just want to add something to Sue's words been said before. If that conditional use would be approved as it is, no occupancy permits would be required from our side.
Say that again, Valentina.
If that conditional use
Mhm.
would be approved as it is with that letter of intent and those conditions, no occupancy permits would be required from our side, from our RPD.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if council is ready to deal with it, I will ask for the resolution to move out of the conditional use board.
Resolve the public hearing for conditional use 6 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second, please. Councillor Spicer, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And if you want to bring the resolution forward, please, Mr. Administrator.
Okay, whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 8705, the property legally described as lots B and C, plan 667, and located at 5839 Henderson Highway, has made application for conditional use 6 of 2026 in order to allow for a residential wellness home in the rural residential rural strict residential and agricultural restricted zone area. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application 6 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require any approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, the bed and breakfast that was approved with a minimum of 5 guests under conditional use 13 of 2009 and variation order 65 of 2009 be revoked. 4, applicant owner being connected to the municipal wastewater system and pay the fees as outlined in bylaw 8 of 2023 for connection. 5, applicant owner to comply with all regulations under the Public Health Act for the province of Manitoba if required. 6, applicant owner to comply with food and food handling establishments regulations for the province of Manitoba if required. 7, applicant owner to comply with all regulations under the Workplace Safety and Health Act for the province of Manitoba. If required, I think we said.
She requested.
She requested that one. She requested for if required?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll wait for that and we'll put those in afterwards. Applicant order to comply with the personal care home standards regulations for the province of Manitoba if required. Applicant order to provide a safety and emergency plan to be approved by St. Clements Fire Department. 10, applicant order to provide a site plan showing adequate parking according to the parking table including handicap parking in the zoning bylaw 5 of 2002. And 11, applicant order to have maximum of 10 patients at one time in the home. 12, applicant order to have a maximum of 10 staff at one time in the home. 13, applicant order to obtain municipal business license for each year of operation. 14, no signage on the property for the operations of a wellness home. 15, that the accessory building cannot be used as habitable space. 16, applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines payable to the Arm of St. Clements. 17, applicant order to receive licensing for community living disability services, residential care, and licensing of the adult mental health program if required. 18, applicant order to obtain a permit for legalization or intensification of use of the existing access to PR 204. Applicant order to email the province of Manitoba address there. 19, applicant order to enter into a development agreement with the rural municipality St. Clements if required. And 20, regular inspections of the facility will be required every 12 months by a member of the Narrow Fire Department, and they will have unrestricted access upon notification to the owner. And 21, the development shall comply with all applicable municipal bylaws. 22, the use shall be developed in accordance with the letter of intent. 23, there may be site audits conducted to ensure compliance and non-compliance issues may be caused to revoke the conditional use at any time. 24, applicant order to provide evidence of insurance as outlined in the Health Services Insurance Act. And finally, approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Belanger, second. Councillor Bazarowicz. Any further discussion on this application?
Madam Mayor, there was one last thing, which was Sue asked, although there's no occupancy permitting requirement, but asked if council wanted to add an item on the agenda, which was occupancy shall not occur until all items are satisfied. If council wanted to add that or not.
Is that the wish of council? Did you want to add that one in
Sure.
as a condition?
Okay, so that'll be the 25th condition.
Okay, I have a mover, I have a seconder. Anything else from members of council? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated. Okay, moving on. The next application we have is again a conditional use and a variation order. And we will start with the conditional use, so I need a resolution to move into the conditional use board, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for conditional use 13 of 2026 and variation of order 44 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horvath moves, second please. Councillor Strang, any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, this application is, too many papers here. Okay, this is in the name of Fable and Thorsteinson, and I'm going to not do this incorrectly. I'll give it over to Valentina to make her presentation first.
It's okay. I don't think the order is not significant here, but thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, please. Yeah, sure did. Perfect. Conditional use application, 3/13/2026, located at 72058 and 72038 Parkside Drive. And the purpose of that application is to establish a contractor's establishment with outdoor storage and education facility in order to allow for a business to be allowed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of San Clemente, in AR agricultural restricted zones, contractors' establishments with outdoor storage and education facilities are conditional uses, hence this application for a contractor's establishment and education facility with outdoor storage. Here we can see a location map of the subject property. It includes 2 lots. As we can see here, I'll just make it a bit bigger. And here we have a property line in the middle of those 2 properties. Okay, so here we can see applicant's site plan. And my drawings here, it's the red line in between, because that's a property line here. Yeah, unfortunately, site plan is not that seen, but it's pretty much detailed. We can see it, all of the structures been mentioned on it. So conditions of approval. Before that, I should also add that that property includes 2 lots on it. There are several structures, as I mentioned before, on both of them. And we're not that being provided in which one would be what use established. But there are some CPNs that we have around the main structure here. We will deal with that with a future application of the variance, because those are 5 accessory structures instead of 2 permitted. But as per site plan, we can see that the structures are already there, and business that we talking about for here today is also there. So conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what is being presented. Any changes that are not in a substantial conformance will require a new conditional use approval. A development should comply with all applicable municipal bylaws, building codes and fire codes, and any provincial federal regulations. The use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan, floor plans, and supporting documents, and applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Also, applicant to confirm with Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure that permits for the driveways are in compliance. Applicant only to provide information to the regular planning of the washroom and training areas that are suitable for the educational facility. By the way, about the educational facility, we're talking about teaching how to build an A-shaped tents, or how we could call them?
Cottages.
Cottages, yeah, it's as an educational and as a contractor establishment to perform that building activity with outdoor storage. So, condition number 7, hours of operations for both uses, it will be daily from 8 to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday. And applicant in order to meet the parking requirements and should have stalls for staff, students with a zoning bylaw 5 in 2002. The use shall not create excessive noise, vibration, dust, or light glare beyond property boundaries. Any signage to be in compliance with the zoning bylaw 2. Applicant owner to apply for annual business license from RM, and applicant owner to construct a fence in accordance to the section 3.11.2 of the zoning bylaw for the outdoor storage. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from members of council to the planner? Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
The training center or educational facility, so is this for training people all the time or just, how many people are going through this training course?
Yeah, that's a
Not sure
good
what,
question. Yeah, we have not been provided with that info, I think, in a lot of intent. We will ask just applicant to clarify that issue. But we do have some conditions that are addressing that one. I mean, hours, the parkings, all around it, I would say. Yeah, but that's a good question.
Councillor Sutherland, I think when the applicant comes up, perhaps he could better answer
Yeah.
that question
Okay.
for you.
well, I just
Yeah.
bring that up.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions for the planner? Then I will ask the applicant to come forward. Chris Fable, are you in the audience this evening? Yeah. Wanna just come up here and share what you'd like to about the project that you're doing there and perhaps answer Councillor Sutherland's question? You might have to repeat that, Dave.
Sure, but was the
The
question?
educational
Yeah.
facility, training program, like, how many people would be going through this program? Is this an ongoing thing or just to train the people that are there or what, how long does this go on?
This is, it's kind of a brand, it's like new, it's part of a pilot program with Indigenous Service Canada. And it's a pre-employment for individuals in between 18 and 30. So I would do programs, and I used to teach for Manitoba Building Trades Institute, and I go to reserves, First Nations. So this kind of thing that we created here is, instead of me going into the community, we're taking people out of the community and we're giving them like experience away from the reserve, I guess, and we do outings with them, and we're trying to give them a form of direction through trades, because of when you grow up on the reserve, there's not a lot of jobs available. And most people that do come in are not from the community that do the work, so I'm trying to help create local workforce through this. And it's not really something that we're gonna be doing, like, the programs could go from like 8 weeks to 12 weeks based on the community we're affiliating with. Like right now, I work with tribal councils, and tribal councils could have like, some could have 7 communities, some could have 14 communities. So it's all customized on the project at hand, I guess you wanna call it. Then the A-frames that we see in the photos there, that's for Peguis Child and Family Services. So we're partnered with them as well, so we're giving the people from Peguis the training on those. So it's not really anything that we have long-term, like planned out yet. So we're just working with what we know, I guess, at the moment.
Any number of people?
Oh, and 12, maximum 12 individuals.
So,
Madam Mayor, if I could, just for a matter of process,
Sure,
this is a combined application
yes.
to address all questions. Maybe we can get Valentina to present both the variance and the application, and then questions asked can be addressed, everything together, as opposed to telling the applicant he can't speak to an item because it's on a different application.
Right,
So
that makes
if
more
you-
sense.
if you don't mind, I'm asking for you to sit down again so that
Oh, yeah.
we'll let Valentina present.
I have more questions, I'll wait.
Yes.
Go ahead, Valentina.
For sure. So this is a combined variance application to the previous conditional use, view 44, 2026, located at the same location. And the purpose of that variance is to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for an accessory building to remain on the subject property. And as per zoning bylaw of San Clemente in AR agriculture restricted zone, the maximum of accessories that can be constructed on each lot is 2, and they asking for 5. It's the same air location map and same site plan for us to see, so I just put some arrows here to see for you those accessory buildings that we're talking about. And conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, RPD recommends the following conditions: that this variance is limited to what has been presented. Any further changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant only obtains all required permits from us and municipality. Applicant only to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines. The use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan, floor plans, and supporting documents. Applicant will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space, and it's to be used for a personal or business storage only. And applicant only to maintain the property in a clean and orderly manner and in compliance with the municipal bylaw. That's it, what I have here.
Okay, thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions to Valentina on this part of it?
Now you can come up, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the applicant to come back up.
Sorry for
We
that.
probably have some more questions for you, so go ahead, Councillor
Just for
Sutherland.
Yeah, so it's like a training and work experience, you would
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah.
And
So,
say, when those, what would you say, groups of 10?
Yeah, yeah.
So when they were trained, I'm just trying to get the feel of this. So another First Nation could come to you and they would have another group of people and you would train them the same way, right?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
I have 2 questions for the applicant. There's 2 residences on the site. Do you live in one of them?
Yep, I live in both of them. I stay in the house on the right and my children stay in the house on the left. I have 4 kids.
Okay. So these folks are going to come and be trained. Are they going to be staying in either one of these houses?
That is something that we currently don't have solution on because we done a program before and the students were housed in the Winnipeg and they were bused to the house in the morning and then bused back in the evening.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, anybody else from council have questions for the applicant?
I could add though, because we do feed them breakfast and lunch and we cook them a dinner and stuff like that too, so. If that could add anything.
But they're not staying there, I guess was the question, like you're
No.
not housing them there while they're training.
No.
Anybody else have anything? We may have to call you back up if there are further questions, but I have a couple of other people who would like to speak on this application, so if you just wanna have a seat, I may have to call you back up.
Sure.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
could just explain for the applicant, because we've kind of confused things for you a little bit, just so that it's clear, that the applicant gets the opportunity to present first. So if there's anything else you wanted to add, you don't just have to answer questions. So once the applicant is finished presenting, then people show up for and against. And then if you take note of whatever is being presented, you have an opportunity to respond to those points.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
okay, I have another name here in favor, Lucas Nabreski.
Yeah,
Have you got anything that you wanna add to this gentleman's application, Lucas?
my family lives about one driveway away, and I think it's a great opportunity for the kids, and we have nothing against it. We lived there since 2012. There was no, it's always quiet in that area. So we don't have anything against that happening there, and he does have a commercial property right next to him where, Neil, he has a boat place there, and he's operating all the time, and doesn't bother anybody there with what Chris is doing there. And I think it's a great thing for the kids and to have that operation there for sure.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that. Any questions to the presenter from council? Go ahead,
Just one more.
yeah.
So are you building actual?
Oh, wait a
yeah,
minute.
that's what it is.
Who are you? No, not
Oh,
to the
sorry.
applicant, not to the applicant at this point in time. Okay, I have, a few more people here who wish to speak. Richard Rex Seidler, are you in the audience? And if you could come to the podium, please.
Hi, my name is Richard Vexler. I'm off of Pine Road South, which is lot 7247. The back end of my property is adjacent to his property. All last summer, all I heard was the hammering of the nails, bang, 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 bang. And if there's high winds, there's paper flowing into our yard. Have to go pick it out of the trees, things like this. I didn't sign up for that. I signed up for a residential area. So, I don't know. I'm retired. I'm at home all day, and that's what I heard all last summer.
Okay, anything else?
I don't know. I'm against it. I think it used to be quiet. Neil's, business, you might hear the odd time, a boat motor rev a little bit, but other than that, you don't hear nothing. The business that's beside him, I don't know what it is. I believe it's a saw for lumber or something. That one is quite noisy. I never ever even heard anything about that business coming up. It just all of a sudden showed up, so. But that's beside the point. I'm talking about this property, right, so. So yeah, I'm totally against it.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Warren Barron, I believe it is.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm at 72059 Pine Road. Same thing, I'm right across from it. Number one, I don't think he had a permit when he built his pad. That was pretty noisy with the gravel trucks and all that. Did you ever get a permit for that? And
To bring us, sir, you have to address all your comments to the chair.
number
And then the
one,
chair, then,
he had the construction going on there.
that's the chair.
Sorry, he
That's
built
okay.
a big humongous pad. The rock that was hauled in, it was noisy. And I don't think he got a permit for that. Number two, when he built these shacks, like, I couldn't build those shacks without questions being asked from you guys. He got away with it. How did he get away with that? Building all these shacks. It's not a construction site. Like he said, this is Agicard zoned area. I'm just trying to be polite here. So, and then, like they said, there was construction going on from sun up to sundown. We don't need it. And his students have cut through my yard, right, dropped them off at Pine on our street and gone right through my yard to go to that construction site. I don't need that. It's a nice quiet zone. Let's leave it at that. And plus, he wants 5 buildings. Is that right? How big are these buildings?
Those are secant.
No, that he wants to build.
No, nothing to
He
do.
wants,
It's
he's
just
asking
5
for
secants on.
5 accessory structures The accessory structures that have been identified in this application
How many do you
are
have there
secants.
now?
3 secants and, 1 8x8 shed and 1 10x8 shed.
Okay, but you wanna build a school.
You're, excuse me, you're
Okay,
to be
so he
corrected.
wants to build a school. He wants to, he wants to put up 2 buildings to teach these kids. They gotta be a fair distance, they gotta be fairly big, right? You can't build a 10x16 shack or whatever and expect to train 10 kids in a little school, in a little classroom.
Sir, yeah, that's a question, that's a good question. If you're asking that question of the chair, the planner can answer the question, who understands the application?
Okay?
The chair doesn't know.
Another thing, go back on the property, please.
This one?
Yeah,
So.
that property on the left-hand side there, there's 2 properties there, that small lot.
Yeah,
Whose actual property is that?
it's the same owner, but the matter here, that's no more buildings or any other facilities would be built there.
I know, but when I built my property on Pine Road, there's 7 of us that had to leave 60 feet of access road on our property so that a zoning or an agriculture could, in the back of the field there. Now that little section that he's got there, that's not our property, is it?
You're talking about here, sir? So you're on Pine,
We're
right?
on Pine, in the
And
back part
and
there,
this
there's that
is-
little
so-
66
yeah.
feet.
I get it. Let's see if we can walk through it step by step. So these 2 properties right here, that you see up here, where my arrows point?
Yeah, yeah.
They belong to the applicant.
They would belong to
They
the
belong to the
applicant.
applicant, so
How
He
wide
owns
are they?
both of those properties right now.
Yeah, but there's one little section in there. How big is that property?
I'm not sure what section you're talking about.
The farthest one to the left-hand side.
He owns it right to the back.
He owns it all the way to the back here.
But it shows on here, there's one little section there. I don't have my glasses here. There's one little section there. Look, it shows there. What property is that?
There's 2 properties.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Yeah, those are 2 properties here.
okay, how big is that property there?
That one,
Yeah, how big is it? Oh, what's the footage of it?
You'll have it over there.
Is it the green space?
He's talking about the one farthest to the south. How big is that property?
Green space.
This one here?
Yeah.
we can
We
measure
can do a
that.
quick measurement on it.
Yeah,
I think it's still river lot width.
yeah,
40 meters
Wide.
I
wide.
would. But no accessory structures being proposed there.
No,
All of them are on the bigger
no, but
one.
I'm just saying, like, we have a 66.
Yeah.
A 66-foot allowance back there on our contracts when we built our houses.
On our,
Is that for drainage purposes?
No, it's a road access.
they said it was for agriculture, for people, farmers, if they needed to go down to the back of the field. That we have to sign a caveat to allow 66 feet on our side. We would have thought we would have had the same on their side. So to allow for farm vehicles to move down
Okay,
to go to their fields.
so there's a caveat on those, on your properties. We don't know if there's a caveat on this one. It's a
According
good
to the
question.
title, there is a development agreement on the property. Army Saint Clement. And that's it.
It may be noted in that development agreement.
But more than likely, the development agreement was for the development at that time, but it could be in there possibly.
Well, it couldn't have, because his house is built 5 feet away from the edge of his property, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
If I look at the.
Correct.
the
But
drawing.
it could have been accepted in their subdivision, right? You'd have to look at the plan numbers of the
Yeah.
properties.
It depends.
I could recall, I was told 15 feet from the property line.
15 feet, you weren't,
No. Not 15 feet.
Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
What these two, gentlemen are indicating, when they moved in way back when, may have been something that they were told to do, but when this fella, I'm thinking, Bill, maybe he wasn't required to do the same thing these guys were, which, how long have you been on your property? You,
Too long. I've been there now. I want to say about 20 years.
I've been in mine for 20 years.
okay, so
20 years.
what they were required to do 20 years ago in terms of an agriculture through.
Because we had to, when we built our places, we have to sign a thing saying that,
That's it right there. That's a development agreement.
Is that part of the development agreement?
It is, it's a registered part of the development agreement. But that could have been for the subdivision along that road and doesn't affect this property.
So there was a development agreement on Pine Road, but not on anything on Parkside?
yeah, well, it was for the farmer in the back, further at the far end there. Because he has no, once the development opens, he's got no access to his property.
Okay, I get that. Now, understand, so the farmer, when your subdivision was created, what ends up happening is, just as you're coming to make your presentation, a farmer might have come to make a presentation, but when those lots were subdivided,
Yeah.
they allowed for 66 feet for the farmer to go.
Yeah.
That didn't mean that your subdivision had any impact on adjoining properties unless they were part of that subdivision.
Yeah.
So
So,
it would have been, sorry, it would have been, the road allowance would have been to access that field alone. When you really think about
yeah,
it.
it's not a road allowance, it was an access agreement.
It was an access agreement, yeah.
And the access agreement was for the farmer. But as an example, if you do something on your property,
What he
they
did.
can't impose conditions on your neighbor's property unless they were part of the application.
Yeah.
So if you had a subdivision on yours, they might have asked for an easement for access for the farmer, but they wouldn't have been able to access it on this one unless it was part of that subdivision. And so it's not part of that subdivision, like that development agreement
I don't
doesn't
think so.
apply
I
to this
have to
property.
check the plan numbers and.
Yeah.
But it's a good question and we'll verify that for sure.
Okay, I have a question now. Can you measure, the width of Pine Road,
With the Pine Road,
please?
we're very good at this. 30 meters, 30 point some meters.
So 90.
99 feet.
Yeah, 99 feet, 90 feet.
That easement, does it show on here? It doesn't show.
It doesn't show on here, no.
No,
That's what I'm trying to
easements,
see.
we don't show easements,
We don't.
No.
just the property lines, but
But I don't.
if there was a specific piece of parcel that was carved out as a road allowance, the road allowance would have shown on here.
Yeah, but it's just an our lease. So it's just-
Yeah, that's an easement put on your property. So that we can verify if there is an easement on this property, but it looks like the only easement that was needed. And usually, if it was about 20 years ago, that's about what they were asking for. Road access was about 66 feet.
Yeah.
When we do 90 some feet or 100 feet, it's to accommodate the ditches.
Yeah.
And the slope of the ditches on both sides.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of land on each.
Yeah, but we're more or less, we were told it was an asset to get to his back property there eventually to develop, so.
Yeah, so that definitely exists on yours, you've got
Yeah.
record to prove that, but
Yeah.
we have no record of that. So if you have other questions, I think we've addressed that one.
Just more, I'm against it, totally against it, cause I can't see all these buildings being put up and. And like you say, when, they were hammering away, there was ridiculous, and. I had a few of them walking through my property and I don't think that's right, period. But I'm just against it, totally, cause I say that he's gotta put water and sewer, he's gotta have sewer system or something, same as anybody else who's gonna start teaching at school. So, and it's more or less residential area, so we don't need it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a couple more names here. Don Melnick.
Right there.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. Just to echo the comments of the previous gentleman, like, yeah, the noise was an issue, like the flying debris was an issue. You know, there's construction activities going on well into the evening on the weekends and you know, it's a peaceful area that, you know, I've been in my property for 5 years and I heavily invested in buying my property just because I like the general nature of the area. And within the last year, since this business has kind of come about, yeah, it's changed the dynamic for sure. Like, just then, I don't have the issues with the pedestrian traffic because I am more slightly to the north. But the noise carries and the other concerns that have been brought up are 100% relevant. Where I also take, you know, I have some other concerns and, you know, the application is very vague to me. And I'm not opposed to training young people and seeding the next generation of Red Seal carpenters or mechanics or whatever it needs to be. But, you know, I can't support the application based on the information given. There's just not enough there. Like, we're talking about an educational facility. Like, is this an open air facility or are we putting a building up? And if we're putting a building up, well, you're not gonna be housing people or putting on mini training sessions inside CCAMs. Like, it's gonna have to be some form of a permanent structure. So we need clarification on that, I think, before we could even remotely consider approving an application like this, right? Other concerns that I have are also just about risk management. Like, I don't see any risk management strategy. I don't even hear the terminology brought up in the application. And when we're talking about doing activities like carpentry activities and using power tools and we're working on a gravel substrate pad, like, you know, how do we mitigate sparks and starting a fire and we're housing building materials on the site? So I think it puts local residents and council at tremendous risk in approving something like this at this time. The site plan itself, it's difficult to interpret. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And, you know, I just don't see how this could be supportive to the general health and welfare of the residents in the area. So I'm opposed and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir,
Yes, oh,
sir, stay until the
Yeah,
the
I
mic
think,
questions.
one of the counselors, Counselor
Sorry
Spicer, I
about that.
apologize, go
Can
ahead.
I have your address, please?
Yeah, 72077 Pine.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any further questions for me?
I don't believe so,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Okay, Cal Bailey?
I was just wondering if the applicant had considered any other sites prior to choosing the site that he's on now. There's numerous industrial parks in the area that could facilitate practices like this. Again, I'm not opposed to youth being trained and educated, but there should be better options.
Well, when, if that's all you have, when the applicant comes back up, we can ask him that question. Okay,
Thank you.
anything else that you know? Okay,
Thank you.
okay, I have one more name, Rob Ervick.
Hi, Council, Robert, 72083 Pine Road South. Yeah, I have, the application is very vague. I have some questions and concerns, and one of them, I see what's being built there now. Is there gonna be, are they gonna be building bigger things like RTMs, bigger facilities, stuff like that? Taking up a whole lot more room and a lot more noise. I do hear the noise, like others have said. I've had others mention it to me on the road as well, saying you hear all that banging and stuff. And then the other thing is, with the training facility, is there gonna be another structure built for that? Is it gonna be indoor training or is it gonna be outdoor, or like schooling, classroom sessions? And then I guess you have the students and how many staff are gonna be there. would be another question, and, yeah, I just don't think it's set up for that community. We're a nice quiet community right now, and I do think there is probably better, place to facilitate something like this. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions for the applicant or the presenter? Sorry. No, thank you very much.
Thanks, council.
Okay, I do not have any more names on my list, but I know that there's quite a few people still in the audience, so I'm going to ask if there's anybody else in the audience who didn't sign in who would like to speak on this application.
So one additional, Sue has some comment that she'd like to make based on some of the presentations to answer some questions.
So the classification in our zoning bylaw is an educational facility, which means that it would normally take place in a building, more what you think of as a school. Would have washrooms, all those kinds of good things. That's not necessarily what he's applying for here, so there'll be no other building built as an education facility. It's all gonna take place on the outside. Some of the things that were mentioned was things like washrooms and, you know, there's no mention of that. You know, in a school, you have all those things. You have washrooms, you have like, you can wash your hands, you can do these things. So there is no facility for this. I think one of the conditions talked about that, you know, he'll have to have some type of outdoor, waste area for these people to use the washroom. You know, again, if he wants to go in a house, that's fine. The other comment I just wanted to make was, you know, he's asking for both of these properties to be designated as a conditional use for both of these uses. But yet all the buildings are on one property that's going to be used with the gravel pad on it. So I just wanted to make council aware that, you know, you're approving too, that one necessarily doesn't have anything to do with the use that's being asked for today. It was originally, there was a notice, sent to him because of the buildings and such that were on the property, so this came forth due to a violation.
Okay, go ahead, Valentina.
Okay, if I may add something, please share me, take up time to show you something. And the site plan, we have a proposed building site. You see right here? So that's kind of expose it all into two properties. It's kind of right there at the border between two proposed lots. So that would touch both of them. So that kind of.
But how do you straddle it on the property line?
You don't.
You don't.
That's right. But you have to ask the applicant, whether they're building a building, or is that where they're doing construction work?
No permits being applied to any buildings
I
as for
understand.
now.
But in the future, if that's what they were proposing.
Oh,
No, there was no building.
Well, you'll get your chance, sir. First, we have to follow process and you'll come up with that.
Okay, anything else from the planners?
Can I just ask where Pine Road is? On the map there?
Pine Road is right here, right here.
Okay, and he's developing,
He's doing, his property is right here.
yeah, so he's developing to the north.
Yeah.
Or the northeast. Yeah.
So that white,
So it's actually right behind us.
that white section on the map there, that's the gravel pad between the two lots?
yeah.
So why was he allowed to build a pad between the two lots?
We don't have any restrictions on it.
No permits required for that.
At this point, there's no permits required for gravel putting on your property
That large?
That large, yeah.
at this point.
I couldn't get away with it.
Okay, if there's no one else who wishes to speak on this application, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward and answer some of the questions, if he possibly can, that have been raised.
Okay, where do we start then?
First, let's answer the question regarding what you've identified as a building site.
On your site plan, as proposed building.
Oh,
site.
that's just for the gravel pad is the proposed building site, that is, there's no building.
So what do you mean by building site, when you say proposed building site?
It's like, that's where the job,
The work is
job site, yeah, I guess is what you wanna call it. So, and to clarify some of the concerns about the vicinity and stuff like that, the classroom, what we do is in the morning, we'll take 3 hours in the morning and we'll sit inside the workshop and we'll talk about all the stuff, and we do go over tool safety and all these different types of things, they go through fall arrest and the workshop is a 24 by 34, and that's where we have the classroom set up. So the students get the classroom in the workshop of the existing house, so there's no vicinity being built.
Okay, so on this drawing that we're looking at, where would the workshop be?
In the back of my garage, I have a attached workshop to the 3-car garage, right back there, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can bring up the aerial so we can see a little bit better. Is this accurate?
Yeah, that's the one.
So this
Right.
house
Yeah,
and the other house is up here, right?
Yeah.
And so your 4 children live here and you live here, or?
Yeah.
Okay, and so which part is the workshop?
the far right, the back
This one?
one, yeah, all that.
Your right may be mine.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's beside, right close to Neil there, where the sea can, right
Where
beside the
my
house.
Or over here?
No.
This side?
To your left, my right.
This one?
No, other side, right there,
Yeah, that one.
Right here?
right back there, yeah.
Okay.
So we give them classroom training, we go through paperwork and we go through theory and all this kind of stuff there, and then we get the hands-on outside. And like, to add to someone's comment earlier there, it's like Parkside Drive is like everybody's commercial there, you know, I didn't think this would be such an issue, because Neil has vehicles coming in and out at the boat shop. There's a trucking company down the road. But that semis are like like whatever, I don't mind it. There's a car dealership on the corner there, so.
Yeah.
Everything is.
So, to answer your
official.
question, sir?
Yeah.
If you see the different colors,
Yeah,
so the yellow represents commercial, and those have been zoned commercial. And so they have inherent development rights as a commercial property. Yours is in green and is zoned as agricultural restricted.
Restricted.
And so it has certain development rights and certain development restrictions. So in order to have that, you would have to go through rezoning to make it commercial.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be situations where there's commercial property that might be abutting a residential, which is abutting other residential.
okay, well, yeah,
This is-
I'm willing to go through any paperwork or anything that we have to.
That would be a different application, that would be a rezoning application. So,
Okay.
And you said you prepared to put that application forward on those 2 properties
Yeah, I
to
can, you know,
rezone them?
yeah, if that's, would help things move along smoother. Like, I apologize for people that are getting the change, I guess, that's happening, but I've been there for 12 years now too, and I've invested just as much as anyone else is as well. And if there's issues, I'm sure that we could work things out to, like, if there's garbage is making, like, floating in the wind, like, I'll put more trash bins on the site, you know? If we're worried about washrooms, then I'll get more porta potties brought in. And if there's issues with noise, okay, well, let's say the hammer banging stops at a certain time, what's reasonable, you know?
Madam Mayor, might I suggest something based on the applicant's presentation?
Sure.
What I'm hearing from you, sir, is that you wanna work with your neighbors in the community and to get the rights of what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
First
Yeah, I'm
thing
not,
is,
yeah, I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers with anything or anyone.
understand
It's
that.
not my nature. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is find a solution for you and the neighborhood at this point. Because we're at a particular application, and because of that, there are, certain things that council can do, approve, deny, or hold it over. And so, sometimes it's better, since now that you've heard from your neighbors,
Yeah.
and as you're suggesting, that you would do certain things to accommodate or work with your neighbors,
Yeah.
it might be better to request for a delay in the decision making. As an applicant, you have that right. So I wanted to just give you what your options are. You can ask council to make a decision on this application today, based on everything they've heard. Or if you'd like to propose to do something different and maybe have a meeting with your neighbors to find out what are the things that you could do so that you could modify the application to come forward. And then you can also have a meeting further with planning to determine, is this truly application for a contractor's establishment, I think we came forward with?
Yeah.
Or is it a rezoning for a commercial operation is what you're looking for? Because they come with their own challenges and their own expenses
Yeah.
and,
May I present the expenses and
yeah, so you may not wanna go through all that, and that's why I think it might be better for you to have an opportunity to sit down, as an example. You wanna have hours of operation after I've talked to my neighbors, this is what I'm proposing. They may not necessarily agree or not, but at least then you've made that attempt when you come back forward, if you feel that, or you feel that you wanna take your chances, that's what, I don't know what council will do, I'm just giving you those as options, as an opportunity.
Okay, then I'm fine to try work some things out to make everybody feel comfortable. Yeah.
Okay, I see, Counselor Sutherland has a question. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Yeah, just a suggestion, like it does border onto Pine, it's more, like, I don't know if it would help. Like, it takes years to plant trees, but like a high fence, like a buffer zone, I don't know if it would help or not, but it's a thought.
Yeah, then that's.
we have a condition for that.
Pardon me?
We have a condition for that to happen.
Yeah, for storage, it's already requiring fence around the storage area.
I'm talking about where they're working. So that
Yeah, I know what-
noise would kind of, hopefully would be contained, so you wouldn't hear it.
Any flying debris or
But not as much, just a suggestion.
Or you could be, once you talk to them, you could look at doing more on the property that's closer to the commercial, as opposed closer to the residential properties.
Yeah.
As an example, that might be an option for you, because these are all residentials. That's why it's all green as part of the zoning requirements, but if, these are all commercial. So they're more apt to be aware of the noise, as you say.
Yeah, I
You've got all that
talk
noise
with Leo
coming
all
to
the
you.
time and like he has no issues with anything.
And you had your neighbor already come in support of this, so there might be an opportunity to redesign your proposal after you talk to your neighbors, where it could be here. I'm not suggesting your neighbors are going to agree or not, I'm not even telling your neighbors to do anything, I'm just saying that might be the opportunity, that's all.
Okay.
Cause you'd have to find somebody to build a fence for you, maybe.
I don't think so.
I might know a guy. I might know a guy. I really like the thought though, like I wouldn't mind investing in a fence to help that.
I think Counselor Bazarowicz had a comment or a question.
You've been there 12 years, how long have you been operating this?
Just like last summer we did a course, and then we've had things come about here where we could have had another one going already, but we had issues with all this kind of stuff, so I couldn't really commit to bringing people on board, but.
So you're not building full-size houses?
No, there's no running water in anything, they're just like,
Little cabins.
they're there's gonna be 2 beds in them, and they're going out for a traditional site. So when they have ceremonies in Peguis, they get up to like 1,000 people with no hotels, so
So they're not staying there, you've got
no, they're gonna be shipped out as soon as possible, they're just little tiny open units.
I'm just wondering if it's what I've seen.
Yeah, they're just they're literally 12 by 12, like the floor plan, it's 12 by 12. So, they're not, and the question was like, if it was gonna go to an RTM or something like that, I wouldn't do that. Like with so much uproar about like tiny homes and getting people out of couch surfing and stuff like that, like there's a high demand for these little things. And if I could design something on a solar panel, I could probably turn it into a business, but right now it was just something that came about. So it's not, like I said, like nothing set up for like a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, anything like that. Like next summer, I might not do anything, you know?
Okay, so thank you very much for your comments and everything, and I'm just gonna check with council. What is the wish of council? Do you want to hold this over until he does a little bit more homework?
Yeah, I think so. Just, one question
Go ahead.
to the planner. What is the zoning, cost now?
Okay, so that would require a zoning bill amendment, and that's 4,562.15 plus advertisement costs, that's 1,315.90. So that's around 6K plus GST for an application for the rezoning. Also, that would require 3 readings for that to happen. First one, second, a public hearing, and third one. And if there are any objections, would be heard on the public hearing, and if there are any more than 300 objections, then it might trigger a municipal board process too.
Thank you.
Is there not a development plan amendment required on that as well? Right now, agriculture to commercial?
Let me check that.
Yes, I think it might even require
What is this?
agricultural.
It's AR.
It's all AR?
And then commercial next to it though. So yes, it's all AR. It should be AR.
Well, yeah, those commercial existed quite a long time ago before the development.
Yeah.
plan and the
Before the
development.
development?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So he's gotta do, it's about a $17,000 touch to do the other 2 applications.
So then it's a redesignation too, then, yeah.
Might not be.
It might not, yeah.
That's why I think it's,
Like,
all
yeah,
they're
because
asking is
if I
questions.
do that, like, contractor thing, like, to rezone it, like I said, I might not even do anything there ever again.
sorry, Madam Mayor, you were asking a question.
Well, no, I thought there was a couple of those properties that we had just changed not that long ago,
These
because
ones
they
here.
didn't fit.
These ones were changed back in the 90s,
Yeah, or later even, yeah.
yeah, 90s or the early 2000s.
Can you
And then
put
they were
that-
added in the development plan amendment, because they had,
They had missed them by mistake when they changed to another development plan, so
Oh.
planning decided they needed to be redone to be corrected, because each of those applicants paid for those applications. They weren't designated by council that way.
Can you put the designation back on, please, for us to see the designation? It's all over,
this is commercial highway,
okay.
and this is AR.
Yeah.
No, as a designation, I mean, as a development plan.
Development plan designation, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna require a
That's,
development plan amendment.
that's a tricky.
So you may not, all they're telling you is, like, when you said, oh, I'll do rezoning,
That's,
they're just giving you, they're saying, so that might be very difficult to get done.
Yeah.
No, but it's not even the money, that might be very difficult, that's why
Yeah.
the
It
best
might not
choice for
be
you right now is to
possible.
get some further homework and then discussions with your neighbors, and then it can come back for a public hearing. That's one choice. Other choices, you could say, council, make your decision today. Other choices, I withdraw my application. But any one of those are your choices, not mine and not ours, to make for you.
Well, yeah, I'll take the choice of wanting to touch base with my surrounding neighbors, and then hopefully we can come back with a positive perspective on this again.
Good choice.
Yeah, thanks.
So then we should table that?
Yes.
For any further new information for us to come with a date for the next public hearing.
So how much time would you need, sir?
A month would be good?
A month is a lot, yeah. Yeah.
That would be enough time for you to
So that would
touch
mean
base with the
it would be
neighbors.
Hope so,
adjourned
yeah.
July,
Yeah.
July 23rd, is it?
July 28th is the fourth, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll do an adjournment.
Well,
The
we're
28th,
adjourned anyways, but
That's when you'll be back
if
here.
you wanna ask a question.
So I guess maybe for the plan, the question is, so this was all brought to front because of the violation?
Yes,
That's why, because so
we've had
he was operating there
already,
with, like, not within the zone or whatever.
let me
Okay.
just clarify.
And that's all those
Notice-
little, A-frames along the highway there, beside,
Like when you're in.
yeah, Lake Marine there.
Yeah, we've had an enforcement that's been, done at the property on January 15, 2026, and a stop work order 2. And after that, there are explanations why and what should be done there prior to that kind of works or activities or use. Applicant complied and applied for the needed conditional use. Contractors establishing another one and a variance too.
Okay, so do you have a resolution? I believe that council's wishes to hold this over. Council's in agreement with holding it over and letting him speak with his neighbors and see if anything can be worked out.
I'm good.
Okay. You have your question? Okay. Okay, you can have a seat. We're just gonna bring a resolution forward to hold it over so that you have the opportunity to meet with your neighbors.
Thanks.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have the resolution then, resolved that the public hearing, conditional use 13 and variation order 44 of 2026, conditional use 13, 2026, and variation order 44 of the dash 2026 be adjourned to the July 28th, 2026, and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Belanger, second, please. Councillor Horbis. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
So it's been adjourned to the next month's council meeting. It'll be publicized again. It'll be on our agenda, and all planning meetings start at 6 o'clock, just like today. So it'll be the Tuesday, July 28th. And in the meantime, you can meet with the applicant can meet with them, applicant can meet with planning, applicant come and meet with the RM if necessary, and try to get your presentation ready for the next round.
Appreciate that, thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna move on here to, it's number 16.1 on our, or number 16 on our agendas. 251 Rodeo Drive, conditional use and variation order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, this is a combined hearing, so we're gonna have resolved with the regular meeting, the adjourn of the public hearing be open for conditional use 15 of 2026 and variation order 57 of 2026, both to be first presented and then given an opportunity for the applicant.
Thank you for that. Did you need that resolution?
Yes.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Bazarowicz, seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, so this is conditional use 15 and the variation 57, both of 2026. And Valentina, I'll turn it over to you, but before you start, the few people that are out in the hallway there, you're more than welcome to come in. There's a few seats left here now, so if you want to come in. Okay, go ahead, Valentina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kipper, can you share me, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So conditional use application, CU 15, 2026, located at 251 Rodeo Drive, and purpose of the application is to establish a garden suite as an accessory building in order to allow for the garden suite to be constructed on the subject property. And, zoning bylaw of San Clemente and AR agricultural restricted zone garden suite are conditional, has the conditional use for it. So here we can see a location map of the subject property and some site plan from the applicant. So you can see with the red arrow here, the future placement for the garden suite to be. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RFD recommends the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what is being presented. Any changes that are not in substantial conformance will require a new conditional use approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us, a municipality, and applicant need to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees. And applicant need to not use the garden suite for the rental purposes too. That's it that I have here, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council to the plan? Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
I can't really, it's hard to see this, is it a holding tank would be, is there a site there for a holding tank for the garden suite, or just hooked up to the original field, if there is a field, or?
Sorry, before we continue, should I continue to the variance right away?
Yeah.
Also, sorry for
Sorry.
that. Okay.
It's okay, because I should have waited.
So combined to the previous conditional use of variance application BO 57 2026 located at the same property 251 Broadway Drive. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for the garden suite to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of San Clements in AR agriculture restricted zone, and only 2 accessory buildings allowed, and they asking for 4. And it's the same allocation map and a same site plan indicating the 4 accessory structures that would be on the property. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality, and applicant only to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines or of San Clements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from council to the planner? Go ahead, Councilor Mazurowicz.
I didn't go through this. Is this a permanent structure? Is it, like, are they building another home there?
So unfortunately, we have no, she will answer, she wrote the report, but again, as for now, we have no, active permit in our system as for now. That's a preliminary application for them to have before any permits. So if you can
As of
continue.
this evening, Mr. Canton and I worked on the application, so it's been put in, it is a modular, with regard to that building. It'll be set on blocks and squares.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the applicant is in.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
Just, sorry, just to add something small, we have no floor plans, no footages, no heights, no nothing as for now. I just want to clarify if there are any issues connected to the height, site coverage, unit area, that would require new variance approvals if we will have it at some point.
Okay, thank you for that, Valentina. Councillor Sutherland, did you have your question now, or?
Yeah, well, just as far as the, is there a separate well for this structure, or a holding tank? Or is it connected to the existing field if there is one, just some questions?
Yeah, I believe that would be up to the applicant. I believe there's such things as shared wells. I believe that can be made as well as, you know, implementing something into his existing tank. But it should be a question of the applicant when he gets up.
Okay, I believe the applicant is in the audience, so if you just want to come forward, Mr. Catton.
Yeah, 100%. Go ahead. Any questions with the septic tank? Yeah, I'm putting in a septic tank, right beside it, a holding tank. I have a septic field for my house. And we're tie off the existing well, yeah.
And you're gonna tie into the existing well?
Yeah, the existing well is in between the house and the garden suite, and we'll tie off of that. There's plenty of water. We're gonna tie off of that, just for my parents. The water usage will be minimal. Well can handle it, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else that you wanna share with us at this point in time?
Hoping you guys approve it and get my parents on my property to take care of it.
Okay, any questions from members of council? Okay, it doesn't appear that there is any questions from council. And I do not have any other names on the sheet here. So you may have to come back once if anybody else comes forward, but you can have a seat for now. And I know that there's still a few people in the audience. Is there anybody out there who wanted to speak on conditional use 15 or variation 57 in the name of Catton? It would be your turn to come forward now, please. And that is the one that's on Rodeo Drive. Okay, it doesn't appear that there's anybody wishing to speak on this application, so if council is ready to deal with it, we can close the public hearing for variation and conditional use and see if we can move this forward.
So resolve the public hearing for conditional use 15 of 2026 and variation of 57 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a move, please? Councilor Bazarowicz, Councilor Horwath seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, if council's ready to deal with it, we have a resolution for this, to move it forward, and if you wanna bring that forward, we'll see what happens with it.
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 311530 property legally described as lot 3 block 3 plan 16617 and located at 251 Rodeo Drive has made application for conditional use 15 of 2026 in order to allow garden suite to be considered or constructed in the AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application number 15 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. The conditional use is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the applicable application would require new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the rural municipality of St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to not use the garden suite for rental purposes. And finally, approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councilor Spicer, second, please. Councilor Boulanger, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on our agenda.
Madam
Oh,
Mayor,
sorry.
variation order.
Oh, right, sorry.
So whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 311530 legally described as lot 3 block 3 plan 16617 and located at 251 Rodeo Drive has made application of variation order number 57 of 2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 to number of accessory buildings 4. Purpose to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for a garden suite to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 57 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to what has been presented in the application. Any further change or replacement or additions would require a new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm of St. Clements, and this order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of making.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Boulanger, second, Councilor Horwath, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, now we can move on to the next application, which is variation order 35 of 2026, Crest Carpentry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And if we could have a resolution to move into the variation board.
Whereas a public hearing for variation order 35 of 2026 was adjourned on May 26, 2026, meeting of council. And whereas council has requested this issue be brought back to the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of council, therefore be a resolved variation of 35 of 2026 be brought forward.
After that, can I have a mover, please? Councilor Bassaroli, Councilor Sutherland seconds. Any further discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay, this is coming back to us. Is the applicant in the audience this evening?
Yeah, make sure that the applicants would be here.
Yes, that's right. And I'm going to ask Valentina first to walk us through this application, because I think this was one that was on council's docket before and the applicant was not here and there were some questions that needed to be answered. So
Yeah,
if you could go ahead with that, please, Valentina.
for sure. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So variance application VO 35, 2026, located on 593 Village Grove Street. And the purpose of that application is to increase the building height, combine accessory unit area, and reduce the building separation distance to allow for a detached garage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of San Clemente in SR, civil residential zone, building height maximum is supposed to be 18 feet, maximum they asking for 25. Building separation distance supposed to be 10 feet and asking for 8.5. And combined unit area for all accessory structures supposed to be 800 square feet and asking for 2120 square feet. And their location map for us to see the subject property and site plan from the applicant with proposed garage on it. And some elevation drawings for us to see for the future garage. And a floor plan and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited, conditional use is limited to what, sorry, winner variance, yeah. Sorry, this variance is limited to what we can present it. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant will obtain all required permits from us in the municipality. Applicant will need to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees. Applicant will need to remove the gazebo and deck landing as outlined with a letter of intent between the main dwelling and proposed garage. Applicant owner will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space. And needs to be for that personal storage only, and applicant owner to provide the record from land surveyor that all accessory structures have been corrected and placed correctly on the property roll number 701400. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner from council? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Do you want to just come forward, please?
Hi, my name is Hank Faust. I'm with Crest Carpentry and doing the application on behalf of our client, John Trudeau. Basically what we want to do is we want to build a 30 by 30 garage so that he can put his stuff in there so his neighbors don't complain. And with that, we want to do a bathroom, a convenience bathroom in the loft area. And the reason for that is simply if you're out ATVing or on the water all day or whatever, that you have a place to go clean up before you go to the clean cottage.
Okay, any questions from council to the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
Why would the washroom have to be in the loft area?
You know what, we thought about that, we were originally thinking of putting it down and we're gonna use up a lot of valuable storage space, like for a boat, for his quads, for ATVs, whatever. So it just made more sense to get it out of that area. It's easier walking upstairs than trying to bring a boat or a kayak or something up the stairs.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
Just from experience, we dealt with many of these before. The temptation to have the garage used for many more things than what's suggested, I'm not saying that that's the plan, but the temptation is there. And we know from experience dealing with these in the past that that's what occurs. So in my view, there shouldn't be a bathroom at all. Because lo and behold, whether it be a year from now, whether it be 4 years from now, whether it be 6 years from now, there'll be someone living there, or there'll be someone sleeping in there. That's just speaking from experience. I'm not saying you're gonna do that, or they're gonna do that, your client's gonna do that. I'm saying that's what we've seen in the past. So that's what I'm saying. That's my personal opinion. Just wanted to let you know where I'm coming from.
Okay, anybody else, questions? Okay, you're here on behalf of the property owner. Is the property owner by chance in the audience this evening? Okay, did you want to come forward and just try and explain to council what you're wanting to do here?
By all means, the garage was the priority, and then the bathroom came in afterwards, because we used to have an outhouse on that property. Storm tree knocked it out 7, 8 years ago. When we have people over for fires and doing different things in the evenings and such, it was a real pain letting them use the bathroom on the inside of our cottage, because the bugs were always there. So when we were building this, I'm like, can we build a bathroom in the corner, like downstairs? Originally, that was the idea, just so that when people come over, they can use that one and not have to go into the cabin with the door open, a few dozen times, because the bugs are annoying. You're fighting them all night. And blah, blah, blah. So that's how it started. But then they modified it, saying they should go upstairs because there's a room on the main floor. But I'm cool with it being downstairs too. I just want a bathroom or outhouse again, so that people don't have to go into my cottage all night and open the door in evenings and let all the bugs in all the times. It's very annoying.
So if council was to look at this and say, okay, you can have the bathroom, but it has to be on the main floor, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and how much space would the bathroom take up? Well, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's not not a shower, just a toilet. And it's
Toilet
wash
with
your hands.
sink.
Yes, that's all I want.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm just gonna see if there's anybody else who wishes to speak on this
Sure.
application.
One thing I know someone was asking me, my legal name, say Jean, they don't speak French anymore, so just go by John. Somebody called me and tried to who's Jean, who's John, and I'm like, some guy.
Okay, thanks for sharing that with us. Okay, I see there are still a few people in the audience here, so is there anybody else who was here to speak on this particular application?
Can I make one correction to that?
Sure.
There is, on our plan right now, there is a shower. It's a sink, toilet and a shower.
Okay.
36 by 36.
Okay, but the property owner,
Well, we have, I think we have it drawn on the loft right now, but whatever. I mean, if it's such a big deal, then put it there, whatever. It's,
remove it if you
never imagined it was gonna become like this big of an issue.
well, I think what happened was last time this came to council, there was nobody here for the application, so we did have some questions, and I guess when you think of the washroom on the second floor, the first thing that comes to most of our minds is, oh, they're gonna use it for something other than a washroom, like for sleeping facilities or whatever the case may be. So that's why we wanted you to be here this evening, so that we can hear right from you what you were planning to do with it, and if you're okay with the washroom on the main floor, then I think we can have a look at this and see where it goes. Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Just for further clarification, the reason why council was a bit curious about this is because the garage is built in a certain way and a cottage is built in another way. There's different codes. And when we, as Councillor Belanger has brought up, when we sometimes find a garage being used as a cottage, that's a concern. It's a life safety concern. And that's why we're very hesitant to do these types of things.
Okay, I see there's another name on here, Brady Fast. Did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
No, part of press carpentry.
Yeah, I kind of thought you were, so. Okay, if council is ready to deal with it, I should ask, first of all, though, is there anybody else in the audience? I have no other names here, but is there anybody else in the audience Who wishes to speak on this application? I'm not seeing any hands be raised or anybody moving forward, so if it's the wish of council, we will close the public hearing and we'll see where this one goes.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation on the 35/2026 be closed, regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a move, please? Counselor Strang, second, please. Counselor Sutherland, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if you want to bring the resolution forward,
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 35/2026 legally described as lot plan 7770 and located at 593 Birch Grove Street has made application for variation order number 35/2026 from building height 18 feet maximum to building height 25.17 feet, from building separation eve to eve 10 feet minimum to building separation eve to eve 8.6 feet, from combined unit area for accessory structures 800 square feet to combined unit area for accessory structures 2,110 square feet. Purpose to increase the building height combined floor area for all accessory structures and reduce the building separation distance to allow for a detached accessory structure, garage, to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved that variation order number 35/2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the rural municipality of St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to remove gazebo and deck landing as outlined within the letter of intent between the main dwelling and the proposed garage. 5, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space, and it is to be used as personal storage only. 6, applicant owner to provide report from the land surveyor that all accessory structures have been corrected and placed correctly on the property roll number 701400. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making. And council, do you wish to add any conditions?
Question here, I'm not sure how far this is the water. Like as a geotech required for that? It's pretty close to the water, isn't it?
Yeah, and that would be part of the building permit requirement. Right?
Yep.
Just didn't see anything in there, I thought it would happen, but okay.
We, as part of the zoning, variance, we don't necessarily have to identify all the building code requirements at this point.
Okay, I thought we used to bring that up, but okay, that's
That's a
fine.
good point.
You can put it
You
in
could-
there, but it's.
If you would like to have that or any other conditions, we can put them in.
I think it's fairly close to the water, I think it will be required, but just ask the question.
So the,
It's further back from the cottage.
Yeah.
I think it's further inland.
So to cite the zoning bylaw, anything within 350 feet of the water does require a geotech, but I believe it's at the discretion of the officer being Red River Planning. So 350 feet, he'd still have to do it.
go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
I'd like to add, that the washroom be placed on the main floor and it be a sink in the toilet.
What is the correct wording if we wanted to add that?
Just as the councilors asked, that's what we would put in.
Okay,
7, applicant owner, to provide, to move bathroom to main floor and only has a sink and toilet.
Okay.
Restricted to just a sink and toilet.
okay, anything else? So that'll be,
So that's condition 7, what is council's decision on Councilor Sutherland's request? Do you wanna put that in or just leave it at the discretion of the planning department?
Well, as long as they catch it, yes, fine with me, we don't have to put it in.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Okay, all the conditions have been read and we added the one condition, so can I have a mover, please? Counselor Horvis, second, please. Counselor Sutherland, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call a question, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on, we are at variation order number 52 of 2026. And if we could move into variation board, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 52 of 2026.
Madam Mover, please. Councillor Dexter Hollick, second, please. Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Valentina to walk us through that one.
For sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application, VO 52 2026, located on 73115 Joseph Street. And the purpose of that application is to increase the size of the accessory structure in order to allow for an accessory structure shop for the storage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of St. Clements in AR, agriculture restricted zone, unit area, square feet of any accessory structure is supposed to be 1,280 square feet, and they're proposing 1,500 square feet. And here we can see a location map of the subject property. I just want to make it a little bit closer here and to show that we have some accessory structures. I don't know what are those exactly already here, and the pool on the property already here. So as per applicant's site plan, the new shop that they're proposing to build would be here. And also we have, I mentioned here, that sheds to be removed after the shop is finished. Also kind of declaration here for us to have. So at some point, council should address it maybe in a condition if wish to. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variances is limited to what has been presented. Any further changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from our RPD and RM. Applicant need to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RM. And applicant obtain confirmation from MTI that no permits are required. Applicant may use the accessory structure for the personal storage only. And applicant may not use the accessory structure for habitable space. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to add also something as per zoning bylaw, as for now, the pool and the proposed storage new accessory structure would be 2 accessory structure. As for now, with that one, that would be 4. So either we should add a condition for a variance for the numbers of accessory structure, or a condition to remove it, or we can combine it into one condition, either remove or apply for the variance for the number of the structures.
Okay, any questions from council to the planner? Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
So the number of structures could have technically been done in this variation, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So are you suggesting a layover?
Well, I'm just,
Again, it's been stated that sheds to be removed on the site plan.
Yeah, once the shop's built, it says.
okay, but they're still gonna have more than 2 accessories. Right?
If they would remove them, then not.
No, no, just.
Okay.
the shop and pool.
Okay, fine.
That's why I suggested it to be as a condition.
You can ask the applicant, Counselor.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, any other questions for the planner? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Do you want to just come forward and,
I'm Mason Reese, the property owner.
Okay, and I guess the question was, go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
You're allowed 2 accessory buildings, so the pool is one,
Yep.
and this
New
will
shop
be the second one?
The
And
3
they'll-
other sheds on property are decrepit and like they were there
They're
when I
all
bought the
living?
house. I want them gone, but I'm not leaving all my toys and lawnmowers and stuff out on my property while I'm building, so. The minute that shop's up, everything will be in there and I'll be tearing those things down because they're ugly.
Okay, so
Okay, I think that answers the question that we were kind of looking for. Anything else that you want to add to your application? Okay, any questions from council on this application? Okay, you can have a seat in case something else comes up. Did you have a question? Oh, is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? I'm not seeing any hands go up and I'm not seeing anybody come forward, so if council's ready to deal with it, I will ask for a resolution to close the variation board and see if we can move this one forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 52 of 2026 be closed in the regular session of council be reconvened.
Madam Mover, please. Councillor Pazaroa, second, Councillor Boulanger, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, before you read the whole resolution, what have you got for conditions in it, on it?
I probably wanna have,
Is it the same one that I'm thinking of, that those other sheds be removed?
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was looking for to see.
once constructed, remove the 3 old
Right.
sheds.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll get that added in, but, did we close the variation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then if we want to bring this resolution forward then, please.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 249626, legally described as lot 4, plan 43-147 and located at 73-115 Joseph Street, has made application for variation order number 52 of 2026 from combined unit area accessory structures 1,280 square feet to combined unit area accessory structure 1,500 square feet. Purpose to increase the size of the accessory structure in order to allow for accessory structures to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore be it resolved, variation order 52 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement or additions would require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Army State Command. 4, applicant owner obtain confirmation from Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure that no permits are required. 5, applicant owner may use the accessory structure for personal storage only. 6, applicant owner may not use the accessory structure for habitable space. 7, applicant owner must remove additional sheds when accessory structure is constructed to bring property back into compliance.
Or apply for the variance for the number of accessory structures.
Well, that would be their choice at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, is
This
that,
order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
sorry about that. That is what you were looking to have added in there. And I'm just gonna ask the applicant, you're good with that addition?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if there's nothing further from members of council, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to variation order 55 of 2026. And I will ask to go into the variation board, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation or 55/2026.
Now mover please, Counselor Strang, second please, Counselor Bezrowicz, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to the planner to walk us through variation 55 of 2026.
For sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is our variance application, BO 55, 2026, located on 33 South Bay. And the purpose of that application is to increase the combined unit area of the accessory buildings and increase the mean height in order to allow for an accessory structure, a garage, to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of St. Clements in SR, seasonal residential zone, combined unit area maximum is 800 square feet and they're asking for 912. And the mean height for accessory structure is supposed to be 13 feet maximum and asking for 17. Here we can see an area location map, barely, that we can see of the subject property and applicant site plan. So here with the red arrow, we can see the location of proposed garage on the site plan. Unfortunately, I have no floor plans to show you any heights or footage of square footage or something like that. And I just want to ask if there are any other issues that connected to that, because we have no floor plans as for now. It might trigger another variances to go through. So conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RFD recommends the following conditions. This variances is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RM of St. Clements, and applicant owner to use an accessory building for the personal storage only. Applicant owner will not use the accessory buildings as a habitable space. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have here.
Thank you very much for that, Valentina. Council, any questions for the planner? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Did you want to come forward? Is there anything that you want to add to your application?
I'll have a couple of pictures of just to see, because you're saying there's no, well, I don't have the floor plan, but there's some side shots. You have the other one already, but this is basically what it look like. I don't have copies for everybody, but.
No, we can just pass it around if you don't mind.
Passing around, there's like 9 there, I think.
And if you could just state your name and your address for the record, please.
It's Ralph Endemeth, 33 South Bay, Fulker's Timor. Just hold down.
Okay, so is there anything you wanted to add to your application?
No, I just basically have, well, I have a little bit written up here what I'm using it for. I think it was on there already, but I'll just go over it one more time. So good afternoon or evening now it is to you guys. I'm requesting approval for the variance to allow a modest increase in size of height and proposed detached garage to my property. The combined area would be a total of 912 square feet with the shed in the side there in the back. So the current limit is 800 square feet within the range considered through the variance process, so that 14% they were saying. The garage would have a mean height of 17 feet. I believe this is no impact on the neighboring properties. The buildings will be allowed or will be located approximately 84 feet from the center of the bay, South Bay, and 58 feet from the front of the property line. The adjacent properties are currently vacant. The nearest property to the proposed garage is also owned by me. And in addition to the structures, it will be largely screened in an existing house with mature trees. So it's maximizing the visibility from the surrounding areas and properties and roads. The addition to the height is needed for the addition height is needed to accommodate the loft, which is also variable storage space in lieu of a basement, because nobody really has basements out here. So basically to get that extra height to put everything up there. Small workshop, maintenance property. The main floor will be provided indoor storage with vehicles, equipment, protecting themselves from the elements and winters. The garage in this, the garage is an important part of my plan to retire and transition from living in Winnipeg to making it to Grand Marais to my permanent home. I value the quiet lifestyle and natural beauty of the area and become a full-time resident. So that's, like I'm saying.
Thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant from council? Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
You gotta do it, sorry. Is there any washroom
Nope.
facility?
I hear everybody about it, all the other ones, but there's nothing there, so.
Okay, thanks.
That's what you got, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bazar.
Is it already built? No, no. This is just AI drawing in there. Just so you can see what it looks like, right?
It's good program.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure that there's any other questions from council. I do have another name, I think, on the list, Colo Burek. Do you have anything that you wanted to add to this application?
I'm for the application and support.
Okay, perfect. And I don't have any other names, but I will again ask, is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? I'm not seeing anybody moving, so with that, oh, sorry, Sue.
Sorry, sir, do you mind? We're just looking at the side yard on this. There's a 7-foot side yard. Is that what you're requesting on that building?
A 7-foot side.
Yeah, can you come and just show us on here? If you don't mind, so here,
That one?
7.2 feet.
You're requesting here for 7?
is that the property line or is this the property line?
This is the property line right here, 7'2", yeah, on the side of adjacent property, but I think our allowance is 5, correct?
No.
For the
It's
adjacent
10.
property?
10.
10?
You wanna move it or apply for the variance for that too?
There's another cost involved with that, correct?
The only thing that council wishes, he would have got it cheaper now. If they did it as one, he would have got it only for $273, I think.
So if it were to go back, would it be an issue or?
To hold it over,
What's that?
to adjourn it,
Is it,
would it be an extra cost to adjourn it? No, it'd be the same price then, right?
No, but I guess what I'm saying is if you would have applied for both variations at once, he could discount on the second one.
I understand that, but if he adjourns it, he can apply for both variances at once.
Yeah, but then he loses a month.
He loses a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably wants to get building, right?
I would like to, but I mean, what do you suggest we?
Totally approved. Yeah, my understanding was both at the same time.
Yeah, and I thought we did both when I did, well, I did the square footage and I did the height, correct? On the application.
Square footage and height, yeah.
no, it's side yard.
Should I have the side variation on there as well?
So is that not within the 15% how that can be done at North?
Yeah, can it be an in-house in Red River? Just
Yeah, I believe that would be within the requirements of 10
because it's
feet.
only 2.5 feet.
But it's more than 15%, it's not any house.
Pardon me?
It's more than 15%.
Is it not?
7.2 feet,
But it's only 10-foot side yard.
Yeah.
so it's 2.7.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
So then it's 22. Yeah.
That's
you
what-
are, you're over.
Can't
So
move
We
it.
can apply as a river.
Can you move it over?
If it was 1.5 feet, then it'd be 15%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
At 2.8 feet, it's 22%, unfortunately.
And there's no possible way you could move it closer to the dwelling. I'm looking at the sketch.
My question.
Yeah, because the separation distance is supposed to be 10.
Even if you move it a foot, would you get how much would you need to move it to be within?
Of the dwelling. I'll move it a foot back this way, like that closer. Closer. to the
Yes,
dwelling.
you could move it if it was.
Okay.
And I'll take off that point off the overhang, cause it's, if you look at the other shot here.
Yeah, you have overhangs here,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll take the
8.5.
foot off the overhang.
Oh, yeah, it's footage to overhang, it's not footage to all.
Overhang, yeah, so we'll take this off, right? my understanding, I would take this section off.
So you could.
It's not an attic, it's just the overhang over the deck.
Cause it's wall to wall, is it not?
No, overhang. I believe, right?
It's, yeah.
It's from eve to
Eve to
eve.
eve, eve to eve.
So it's 1 foot, I'll take the 1 foot off, the cabin. It's just overhang anyway, one rafter. I can do that if I don't wanna apply for the variance, so. Like to get
So
started on it.
that would be again, that would be still variance, but a minor one, in-house variance then.
Okay, I guess.
That's half, but again, that would be more expensive. That would be 400 instead of 265.
If they're not losing a month, I think the month's more
Yeah.
important than $400.
We're saving money on Raptor.
So peel forward again, and then it's 265, and then also we have to go in a month from now, do this again.
Yes.
Okay, I guess.
What would you prefer?
I'll do it in a month again. I'll apply for the variance beside, I guess is what we're saying, right? Correct?
Then we'll need to table it.
Table of the majority.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the wish is that we're gonna adjourn this and bring it back in a month.
Please put a date on it for us not to advertise it again.
That's what we're trying to set it up for after.
I mean, for the date, for us to have a resolution with a date.
Yeah.
Be the
28th again.
Yeah.
Unless council wants to have a planning meeting, another planning meeting in July.
It doesn't have to be circulated again.
Doesn't matter, it's water.
No, it's being just adjourned. We're back.
Yeah.
It's already been advertised.
Yeah.
What is the wish?
Whatever he wants.
Whatever's most convenient for him.
Excuse me, Mr. Hyman, what would you prefer to do? Hold it over for a month then?
Another month. Yeah. Or we take that off, right, or we move it over. Yeah. So that'll be in-house. Okay, so we'll go for the moving over closer to the building. And I guess that would be in-house then, I believe. Like you suggested.
Okay, and you just pay the extra for the in-house.
Okay, so then it's a then condition for you to add, for them to move it 1 foot closer.
Okay.
And remove the handle.
That's right.
Like that.
So it's 7.2, so you have to make it to 8.5 feet. So you'll have to move it over a little bit more than a foot.
Okay,
Yeah.
8.5 is what we need.
8.5 would be
That's your
15%
minimum, yeah.
of 10 feet.
Okay.
Okay, if you have the resolutions, yeah.
Oh, I can make up for part of the resolution, that's okay. As long as you pay attention to what I'm saying. Cause I'm making it, I know you're doing that. That was inappropriate for me to say that.
First, we have to close it.
Thank you.
Oh, no, we're tabling it. So-
No, we're not
No,
tabling
no,
it.
we're
He
gonna-
wants to-
Oh,
He
sorry.
wants to apply for the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so resolved that the public hearing for variation order 55 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a move, please? Councillor Belanger, Councillor Strang, seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if we want to bring the resolution forward, please.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 716734, legally described as lot 5, block 4, plan 12435 and located at 33 South Bay, has made application for variation order number 55 of 2026 from combined unit area 800 square feet to combined unit area to 912 square feet, from mean height 13 feet, mean height 17 feet. Purpose to increase the combined unit area of accessory buildings and increase the mean height in order to allow for an accessory building to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore be and resolve variation order 55 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require due variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to use the accessory building for personal storage only. 5, applicant owner will not use the accessory building as habitable space. 6, applicant owner to move accessory structure to 8.5 feet from property line to bring, to allow for,
Proposed
proposed
accessory structure.
applicant
Is there
order
some other-
to move proposed accessory structure to 8.5 feet from property line. And obtain necessary approvals.
Separation distance of 10 to each, from each to each.
Okay, so separation. So, applicant order.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. You're the planner. Applicant order to, move, proposed accessory building from, 10 feet to 8.5 feet
From property.
from property line.
From 10, from 7.2 that it's in right now proposed to 8.5 from the property line, and to keep a separation distance in between the structures of 10 feet. I don't know if you can push it all into one.
Can you keep the separation between the two buildings to 10 feet? Okay, so let me try it again. Where did you get it? She got it. She got it. And it's all recorded. We'll make sure we're correct. So what you're required to do is keep 10 feet between your garage and your house. And maximum of 8 feet, 8.5 feet from property line to the eave of the new structure.
Okay.
And this order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, Counselor Sutherland seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on, the next variation we have is 59 of 2026. And if we could move back into variation board.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 59 of 2026.
Can I move, please? Counselor Belanger, second, Counselor Horvis, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, this one is, on Truckside Drive, and go ahead, Valentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the variance application, Bill 59, 2026, located on 172180 Parkside Drive. And the purpose of that application is to reduce the side yard setback and increase the unit area of an accessory building in order to allow for an accessory structure, a storage shed, to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of San Clements in AR, agricultural restricted zone, side yard setback supposed to be 15 feet minimum, they proposing 2. And each unit area, supposed to be 1,280 square feet, and they're proposing 1,800 square feet. Here we can see a location map of the subject property and an applicant site plan. I just enjoyed to see that. It was just so adorable. Yeah, sorry for me, theatrical break. Yeah, so, conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, they recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what is being presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits, from RFPD and municipality if required. Applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to Arm of St. Clements, and applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as a habitable space. and to be used only for the personal storage only. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is all that I have here.
Thank you very much for
You can
that.
see how much Valentina likes that picture, she brought it right back again.
That's something that I would draw.
Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Okay, I do have some people here who wish to speak on this application. The first name I have is Sylvia Unra, I believe it is.
I wrote on the wrong one.
That's okay. So just
You
cross
wrote
off
on
that.
the wrong one because I told you. Joyce is on the wrong one too. So is Lawrence. So is Lawrence.
Okay, so that's Joyce Banish.
Yes.
And Lawrence.
By Alec.
Okay, and so then I'll cross you two off here too. So I'm down to Margaret F.
No, we're on the wrong
same
one.
one.
Okay.
Sudden, there isn't that many names.
Okay, it doesn't appear that the applicant is in the audience, Lindell or Kluge. Okay, so what is the wish of council? Go ahead with it? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, just one more comment as I'm looking at these lovely red lines on the picture. I'm wondering if council would be willing to add some sort of condition that any permits may be required from MTI.
Yeah,
necessary.
we are in the MTI control zone there. Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Also, should I add, we had no floor plans, so I don't know about the heights. If there are any heights requirements would be required, then it would trigger another variance for us to have.
So that'll happen when they make an application for permit.
Mm-hmm.
If the applicant was here, we would have been able to address it.
Kind of, yeah.
So do we want to move forward with this one, or should we hold it over and perhaps have the applicant appear at our next meeting?
There'll be another month.
Well, you know what, if you want to have your application heard, you should be here, whether it's minor or something a little bit more major.
Yeah, I think we should just push it.
You think so?
First minor.
Okay, so, we have nobody to speak on this one, so if we wanna close the variation board, then we can perhaps move it forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation of order 59 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have the mover, please?
Unless that's the applicant there.
Unless they're, yeah.
That's okay. Are you the applicant for this?
Sorry?
For this variation order, Lindell?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, sorry. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Horbis, second please, Councillor Strang. Any further discussion on this one? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
Okay, so whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 244050, legally described as lot 1, plan 72203, located at 72180 Parkside Drive, has made application for variation order number 59 of 2026 from side yard setback 15 feet to side yard setback 2 feet from unit area 1,280 square feet to unit area 1,800 square feet. Purpose to reduce the side yard setback and increase the unit area of an accessory building in order to allow for an accessory building to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore be it resolved the variation order 59 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited what has been presented in this application. Any further change or replacement or addition require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees or fines to the RMC commence. 4, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space and it is to be used for personal storage only. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowic, second, Counselor Strang.
I recommended as
Oh,
extra condition.
I haven't written
Sorry.
down in order to obtain any permits from MIT if required.
Great, yep,
And there was one more.
No, that was it.
that's it.
Wasn't there something that Valentina?
No, that was for possible future, if they.
Oh, that can be just for the permit?
Yeah,
Okay.
if they need it, they'll have to come back.
Sorry, you guys.
No, thank you for catching that. Thank you.
Okay, so the mover and the seconder are good with those, that correction to the resolution? Okay, so we have the resolution, I have a mover and a seconder, so I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, moving on, variation order number 60 of 2026, and if we can move into variation order, please.
We can have just 5 minutes break
Sure.
before that.
Yes.
Sure, we can take a 5-minute
Thank
break.
you so much.
Variation 60 is 2026, and I will ask Deepak to move us into variation order.
When you build in.
Valentina, what do they call those? I forget the name now, it's, old age. There's granny suites and then the ones inside the house are
What's one secondary?
secondary.
Usually attached ones, so that's why we call it different.
Okay.
No, it's secondary suite, I should have known. Just getting too old, too old. Resolved. Ready, madam?
I don't think the council's back in order.
No,
We still got two
here.
minutes.
Oh. We'll wait another minute, sorry.
Camera is on?
Yes.
I know.
Madam Mayor, I'll read the resolution.
Please do.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order number 60 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowic, second, please. Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for that spot. Okay, I'll hand it over to Valentina to walk us through variation order 60 of 2026.
Yeah, for sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application, BO 60/2026, located on 62 Tyler Drive. And purpose of that application is to increase the unit area of an accessory building in order to allow for an accessory structure garage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of San Clemente in RR rural residential zone, unit area requirements are 12 and 80 square feet, and they asking for 2440 square feet. And here we can see an area location map of the subject property and a site plan from the applicant with the subject accessory structure placement. And I added from our building permit system some floor plans for you to see with the square footage and a height also, and for the proposed one and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RFD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant will obtain all required permits from us and municipality if required, and applicant will to pay any outstanding taxes, fees or fines to RM of San Clemente. The applicant owner will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space. It's to be used for the personal storage only. That's it that I have within there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the planner for the council? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Do you want to come forward and just identify yourself, please?
I'm Fred Zeeler, 62 Tyler Drive.
Okay, any questions for the applicant, or do you have anything else that you would like to share with us at this point in time?
No, I think the plans are straightforward. It's just a detached garage, cold storage.
Okay, I guess when I was looking at the application, is that the place that was a bed and breakfast at one point in time?
Yeah, it didn't.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, any questions to the applicant?
No.
Doesn't look like there are any questions, so we'll see if there's anybody else who wishes to speak to this.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak to this application, please? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody move, so I will ask for a resolution to come out of variation board, and we'll see if we can move this one forward, please.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 60 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second Councillor Bazarowicz, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And if you have a resolution to move this one forward, go ahead.
Whereas the applicant owner tax roll number 302-130 legally described as lot 5, lot 1, plan 50394 and located at 62 Tyler Drive, has made application for variation order number 60 of 2026 from unit area 1,280 square feet to unit area 2,340 square feet, purpose to increase unit area of an accessory building in order to allow for an accessory structure garage to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order number 60 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes or replacements or additions would require a new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the town of St. Clements. 4, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space, and it is to be used for personal storage only. And this order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Thank you for that. Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger moves, Councillor Horbis seconds. Any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, so we will move on to variation order 61 of 2026.
So resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 61 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second Councillor Horbis, all in favor, Opposed, that is carried. And I'll pass it over to Valentina to walk us through this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure, that's variance application 061-2026, located on 39074 Road, 100 North. And the purpose of that application is to construct an accessory building before the principal dwelling in order to allow for an accessory building or to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of San Clemente in RT, recreational tourism zone, there is, as per section 2.2 and 3.2 and 3.22, no accessory building shall be located in any zoning without the principal. And they are asking for the pole barn to be constructed prior to the main dwelling for the constructional process to go to. So here we can see a location map of the subject property and applicant site plan with a proposed pole barn and future to be a house, a modular house right here. And I just want to add, as per a site plan, and we have no information in our permit system, and it might be that variance connected to setbacks or heights or any other issues with the separation distances might pop up. As for now, we have no information about that. So we'll see it in the future. So just for you to see the height here, it's also a sketch, not a floor plan, but again, we'll see. Conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what is being presented. Any other changes will require new variance approval. Applicant will obtain all required permits from us and municipality if required. Applicant will need to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines. Applicant will need to apply for a building permit for an accessory structure within 1 year of the approval date. An applicant will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space, and it is to be for use for the personal storage only. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have here.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council to the planner? Is the applicant, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I do have a question for the planner.
Okay.
In looking at this, has it been explained that there might be additional variances based on the site plan that they provided in the future? Because the 30 by 30 garage, along with the proposed barn, in the future is going to require an additional variance for square footage for accessory structures
It might.
at minimum.
Yes, we have no official floor plans for us to determine that for sure.
It's just that they've shown all this, so has that been discussed with the applicant?
I don't know,
I didn't necessarily discuss it with the applicant, but I believe that's kind of their dream picture of what they want to have eventually down the line. I don't know that it's set in stone.
Okay.
It's fairly set in stone.
Then you might want to take that into consideration because that will require new applications
Yeah.
and more costs in the future.
Right.
so for now, we also have no setbacks, so.
Sorry?
No setbacks, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I take it you're the applicant on this one?
Yes, my wife.
Okay, do you want to come forward? Do you have anything else you want to add to the application? Maybe just state your name for the record, please.
Brian McDougall.
Anything else that you want to add to the application?
No, just as long as we can get it done as soon as possible. I mean, we're gonna be using it for storing our personal belongings. We have a house across the road we wanna sell. But we have a lot of stuff in there we have to store, so we have to have that, and then when we sell the house, we have a place to store the furniture and whatnot. And then we'll have the house built and put on site.
Okay, any questions to the applicant? Okay. You're okay for now. We'll see if anybody else comes forward. Oh, go ahead. Just one moment. Go ahead, Councilor Spicer.
So, one of the conditions is they're talking about you applying for a building permit
Correct.
within 1 year.
Yes. It's gonna be a
So that
modular.
works in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a modular home. They take about 3 months to build. we were gonna do it this year, but we ran out of time, so it'll be obviously next year. But if we sell the house we're in now, we have nowhere to put all our stuff.
Okay,
Okay, anything else from council? Okay, it looks like you're good for now. If I need to, I will ask you to come forward again.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? Doesn't appear to be, so if we want to move this one forward, can we have a resolution to come out of variation board, please?
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 61 of 2026 be closed, and regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowicz, Counselor Spicer seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And here is a resolution to move this one forward, if you want to bring that forward, please.
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 695900 legally described as Lot 7 Plan 19378 and located at 39074 Road 100 North has made application for variation order number 61 of 2026 from construction of accessory building prior to principal building to construction of 800 square foot pole barn prior to principal building, purpose to construct an accessory building before the principal dwelling in order to allow for an accessory building, pole barn to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore be it resolved the variation order 61 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements or additions require new variance approval. 2, applicant obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Argos increments. 4, applicant order to apply for building permit for the accessory structure within 1 year of the approval date.
that should be the main
Principal building.
principal residence.
So applicant in order to apply for a building permit for the principal building within 1 year of the approval date. 5, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space and it is to be used for personal storage only. And then finally, this order shall expire and not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Perfect.
Okay, moved by Counselor Spicer, second, Counselor Horbis. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have another variation, 62 of 2026.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 62 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Belanger, Counselor Sutherland seconds, all in favor, opposed, that is carried. Okay, Valentina, if you wanna walk us through this one?
For sure, Madam Chair. Okay, so this is a variance application VO 62/2026 located on 6613 Anderson Highway. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for the garage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of St. Clements in RR, rural residential and AR restricted zone, that property kind of dual zoned, so we're talking about RR zone as for now. The requirements are for the RR zone. We're checking because the subject property is placed on in an RR zone, for that matter. And in that zone, there are 2 accessory structures maximum allowed, and they're proposing 3. So here we can see a location map of the whole property and a GIS air map close by for future garage to be for that place here. There is a garage that there and they want to demolish it. We have an active permit application for the demolition for that garage and also an active permit application for future one. So let me see if I'm not confusing with something else. Just a second. 62. Yeah, I'm good. That's the one. Okay, let's go further. Okay, applicant site plan. So here we can see the proposed, new garage that would be, demolished other. And, as we counted, all the accessory structures for now, so we have to address all the other existing, accessory structures on the property too, because by the number of the accessory structure, we actually allow all three of them to be. As for now, I realized, while digging in the application, that we have, setbacks that are less than required. And they not being reflected in that application. So I recommended for a condition to be added, and we will see it further in the conditions. So conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variances is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new direct approval. Applicant owner obtains all the required permits from us and municipality if required. Applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RMFs and comments, and applicant owner will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space. Applicant owner to enter into option to purchase agreement to address a new road. Applicant owner to connect to the wastewater system in accordance to the bylaw if required, and applicant owner to bring two existing sheds into compliance by either relocating them to meet the required setback requirements or obtaining a yard variance. Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's all that I have.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner? Don't see any hands being raised. Is the applicant in the audience this evening? Have you anything that you want to add to your application at this point?
No, basically just replacing a garage and bringing it away from the property line. Question, what about the wastewater? What was that? I didn't catch that. Thought you said something.
Oh, you mean as a condition?
Yeah.
Oh, I might be. Okay.
It's not gonna have a bathroom or anything in it.
Number 6.
Can you talk to it?
Yeah, I can.
Number
Your
6.
condition, yeah,
Do
okay.
you wanna speak to that or you want me to?
Oh, I can speak to it. So this property is eligible to connect to the wastewater system. Council has the opportunity, if they so wish, to make it a condition of this conditional approval. Some point in time, it's mandatory that they do connect. But that's up to council's decision, but we added it as a condition.
You should still look at garage.
Yeah.
There's no problem with my service.
Yeah, until it fails.
I get a feel, yeah, it all works, leaking, no problems.
Okay, anything else for the applicant?
I just wouldn't mind talking about the option to purchase agreement, if that's okay. So in these properties, when they go to subdivision, normally we take a portion of road allowance, that would carry a road from the north to the south direction along these properties. Because he's not subdividing at this point, I would suggest that council enter into an option to purchase with him. At some particular time, council could move on this option to purchase if required. The purchase amount would be $1, and we'd have the opportunity to take the land from this gentleman. It would be agreement that would be registered on title. So we do have some development in this area, as in, we've talked about taking some land from the railway tracks. I believe it's in the same area. So this would certainly help us to make a proper planning design of this if we do acquire the lands from the railways.
The property doesn't go to the railway.
I understand that, sir, thank you.
Just wanna make that clear.
Yeah. We bought the railway track for a roadway, or that would be the plan of it, because of some lot parcels on the other side of the railway track.
So where are you speaking of taking some land in the middle?
Yes, I believe if you went to either side road, Deepak, you will see one of the stubs coming, so it would be lined up with that stub.
So this is the property here.
Right.
there's the rail tracks right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the rail lines.
Rail.
Yeah, but there is a stub from
And
the
there's the
south.
stuff right here.
There's a
That was
stub,
purchased before or acquired through subdivision process, I'm assuming.
yes, it was not too long ago, within the last year and a half.
So it aligns with possible need to do the alignment for the long term. Because
Well,
there's the stuff here that's
yeah.
supposed to connect as a future roadway.
Right, but my recollection is that when people were subdividing anywhere in that area, we were taking a portion for the road, but it was not off to the side, it was pretty much in the middle. And this one, I can see that it is a little bit off kilter, but perhaps, I don't know, at that point in time, maybe we were thinking that there might be a slight curve in the road, I don't know.
Or a swap.
Or a swap, but I mean, all others we took when they were subdividing their lands, not when they were doing anything else with it,
Yeah.
so.
Understood, so at this particular time, the document would just be registered on the property. So we could do it at any time when necessary. So right now, we wouldn't take the land from this gentleman, but that document would say that we have the right to do that. And we would do that. They've done that on other properties, that were subdivided as compared to just taking the road. They entered into an option to purchase that land at some particular point in time, unknown. So that's what this would do. We wouldn't take the land at this particular time. It would be a document that's registered on title saying we have the option to do that.
What
I'm not
is-
subdividing or anything.
Say again, I'm
I'm
sorry.
just replacing a garage, I'm not subdividing.
Right, right.
Yeah, I would say leave it till subdivision.
That would,
Change today.
that would be my thought,
I
too,
would
is leave
agree
it
with
till
that.
till it's going to be subdivided, cause it's, I mean, even if you did have that option, he may never subdivide it, or he may sell it before he before it's subdivided,
And
so.
develop right through.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm just gonna see if there's anybody else who wants to speak on this application.
Yeah,
Yes, go
that's
ahead,
important.
Valentina, sorry.
I realized that we have four structures on that piece of land.
There is a little log house, and I'm not using it for anything. It's got a door, 3 windows. I consider it a playhouse.
It's a still accessory structure. That would be then 4 instead of 3.
I did speak with Mr. Weave about that, and it was determined that he thought it was a play structure, and therefore there is a clause that waives any of those play structures.
It wasn't part of the variance previously, as they were put it down as a dog house. So.
Again, it's a, it's
It's
a.
empty right now, I don't have a dog.
Even if it's a dog or a play or doll house, it's a 4th one. Either they want to remove it, or just for us to add it instead of 3 and then to 4.
His wife called it the dog.
How big is it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, how big is that structure?
I can't.
It's not
I
inside.
can't walk in it. It's probably about, oh man. About 5, 6, about the same. Yeah.
Okay, what is the wish of council? Change it to, go ahead to Councillor Spicer.
All he's trying to do is replace his garage.
That's right.
Don't think we should be signing agreements to take land, making them hook up to sewer. And if it's already been discussed and determined that one's a playhouse and it doesn't apply, then it shouldn't apply. He's made his application based on that discussion.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Me too.
Okay, too.
Yeah, I would agree with that too, so. Okay, I'm just gonna see if there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application. Doesn't look like it. If council's ready to deal with it, I'll ask for a resolution to move out of variation board.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 62 of 2026 be closed in regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, Councillor Horwath seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if we want to move this one forward, if you can please read the resolution.
Whereas the applicant or tax roll number 221200 legally described as River Lot 184, Parish of St. Andrews, Plan 2470 are located at 6613 Henderson Highway has made application for variation order number 62 of 2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 max to number of accessory buildings 3. Purpose to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for a garage to be constructed on the subject property, therefore be resolved variation order number 62 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require a new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the on-site rents. 4, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space, and it is to be used for personal storage only. And I'm understanding that, well, in 5, the applicant owner bring the 2 existing sheds into compliance by either relocating them to meet the required setback requirements or obtaining a yard variance. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang moves, Councillor Sutherland seconds. Any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on, we do have another combined public hearing for a subdivision and a variation order. What to do subdivision orders? Yeah, but we have to go to the we go in. Okay, let's see if we can move this one forward. So it's variation of order 56 of 2026 and subdivision file S26-3130. So if you want to read the resolution to move this one forward.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for subdivision S26-3130 and variation order 56 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second, please. Councillor Horwath. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it over to Valentina to walk us through the subdivision first.
First subdivision, then variance, or both of them?
Both of them together.
Both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a subdivision application S26-3130 amendment, located on Henderson Highway, Leduc and Redwood Road, roads in San Clemente. And the purpose of that application is to subdivide the land into 19, it's still written as 17. No, it's 19, sorry. Oh, why can't I? Okay, so let us ignore the written 17, that's 19 proposed lots with 6 residuals.
6 or 7 residuals.
Yeah, and to create a new road with the 2 cul-de-sacs in the AR agriculture restricted zone. And air location here we can see for the subdivision and subdivision application map. So technically from the previous application, that as an amendment, nothing has changed from the any lot or numbers perspective, but that property. So what has been changed that in the previous application, whole lot, all that lot been one property and been as a residual under one title. That was presented in the previous application. As for now, they want to subdivide it into two separate lots. Each one would be on different title. That's why it's called a lot, proposed lot number 18 and 19. That's the whole amendment that we are hearing here today. So I will not go through all the numbers here for the 17 proposed lots that have been already approved with the previous application. I'm just focusing here on the two new proposed lots. Lot number 18 proposed as 1.19 acres big and 248 feet wide. And lot number 19 proposes 2.33 acres big and 484.9 feet width. So that's a no for the site area and yes for the site width from the perspective of the compliance to the zoning bylaw, and that would be reflected in the future variance for us to have here. So our analysis here is that the proposed application is not consistent with the zoning bylaw of San Clemente as lots that are proposed are less than 4 acres big and will require variance to bring it into compliance. However, as per development plan, we do have an option for it to be at least 2 acres big lots as per infill area that the subdivision is placed. Also, in sections 4.2.11.2.1 and 8.2, the development density shall generally be a maximum of 1 lot per 2 acres of gross development area. So if we take in the gross area of the whole proposed subdivision, not those 2 lots, but the whole sum into that, we take into consideration about plus minus 50 acres property. None of that would be proposed for public as roads and development lands. So the rest of the 19 proposed lots would give us in average 2.19 acres lot each. So that's actually goes with the policy of development plan. That's why we will recommend it for it to be approved. With the argument that is that proposed lot meet the overall density targets set under the policies of the development plan of the Red River planning. So our RPD recommendation and conditions for approval. Our RPD recommends that application be approved with the subject to conditions. We have a huge number and different conditions here. I will go briefly through them. So first one from municipality about the taxes and fees and digital copies of the proposed plans and engineer design road and drainage sewer system. And also an easement that applicant is supposed to enter with the RM of San Clemente and drainage plan and plan of easement 2. And applicant only entered to development agreement also with RM of San Clemente, including but not limited for the matter of an engineer role, letter of credits for the road, capital development fees, administration fees, and so on. Also, applicant obtains all required lot density variance from ARM for 2 additional lots, because previous 17 lots been addressed by the previous application with the previous variance that came with it. So as we require for now, only for 2 additional lots that they are added in that amendment, additional variance for them to have. Also, applicant is required to provide written confirmation from highways about the drainage plan and adequate addressed issues that they have there. Also, drainage and water rights licensing require for the works associated with subdivision development and engineering drainage plan 2 must be provided to them. Applicant notice submit written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gulf about the easement that they require. applicant on submit written confirmation from Bell MTS about the easement to, and applicant on submit written confirmation from the Rogers about the easement that they require to. Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's all that I have here.
Thank you very much for that. Questions to the planner from members of council?
Should we go to the variance? Okay. Okay, so that's a combined application for the variance for the lot sizes that I've been talking before for that subdivision. So variance application VO 56/2026, located on Henderson Highway, Lubec and Raywick Road. And the purpose of that variance is to reduce the minimum site area of 2 lots, lots 18 and 19, as a part of the conditions for the subdivision application as 26/3130 amendment in AR agriculture restricted zone. So as per zoning law of Sam comments and in AR zone, all lots supposed to be 4 acres and 198 feet width. And they're proposing 1.19 and 2.33 acres in the side area and 284 and 484.9 feet in the width respectively. And it's the same allocation map. This is exactly what I've been talking before. That's the lot that would be subdivided into, and 2 more lots would be added to that SM. I just wanted to show you a little bit what would be left after that subdivision. So those are the west size of pieces of the land that would remain as residuals from the west of the proposed SAM. So that's an actual SAM for us to see. So from those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 lots would be created a new subdivision with squared lots. And those would remain also as residuals from the east side of the proposed area. Conditions of approval: should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. Those are 2 standard conditions of ours. For the variance is limited to what has been presented. Any changes will, with no insubstantial conformance, will require a new variance approval, and applicant obtains all required permits from us and the municipality if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from council to the planner? Okay. Go ahead.
So just some information, Valentina, I'm just trying to understand. The reason that this lot is being split is to accommodate for a road to run through.
Yes. Yes,
So
that's an
why,
access.
that's the why there's these smaller lots.
You cannot move, you can actually, but again, the purpose here, I think applicant will just clarify more why there's a background to do it exactly like that, but as for now, the road that's been proposed cuts it in the middle anyways. So for them to have it as one title or one piece of property, it's just not usable for any further purposes, selling or subdividing into.
Okay, so that's the reason is the why you got the smaller lots than all the other ones that are 4 acres. As usual, because there's a road cutting through it. That's one of the reasons I'm trying to figure it. So the other is that the original, when you started the application, I think it said 6 or 7, but it's 6 residual lots, I think.
Cause that lot was the residual.
Oh, okay. Instead of 7, it was.
Exactly. It was like absent from the plan that been before, no lot number 18 or 19. So that was a residual as 1.
Okay, so 7 to 6, basically.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, any questions from council to the planner? Is the applicant in the audience this evening?
Yeah. Because of the sticky notes. Hi, I'm Sylvia Urjoli. I live at 5016 Rebec Road. My co-applicant is not here this evening, but I do have all the other neighbors that are part of the group. So we are requesting that the road be put through. We've been doing this together since 2019, where we've been working on this subdivision. All of us have been here. We bought we bought the bigger lots so that one day in the future, we would be able to subdivide. Each of us have been here for over 20 years. I think I'm the baby that's been here 20 years. Everybody else has been longer, so, we are here just asking for approval to put that road through, so that we can do the subdivision. And my understanding is the road was being put there because I believe there's a road that's already assigned on the other side, so that's the reason why it's there, and that's why the lots aren't the size and they fit where they're supposed to fit within those parameters, so that's why the road was designated to put there, so that everything would be streamlined through if there was any further development that happened for that, so.
Okay, any questions?
And there's no washroom.
Upstairs, downstairs.
Nowhere.
Go ahead,
It's a
Counselor.
creek there.
Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
So actually though, specifically, the subdivision's already been approved.
Yes.
All we're dealing with
Is the road.
is what's in the little circle there and making the road in the 2 lots.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we have, I'm not sure, just the whole, just for transparency, we did purchase that lot from the individual that had it, so we can't do anything with it if we don't have a road.
Okay. Go ahead, Counselor
And
Strand.
the roads to the south will connect to
Yes.
further down in our community
Yes,
also.
yes, okay. Yeah, so it's
So
making.
nobody,
it
that's it.
nobody will be landlocked.
No, it's going, yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, council, any more questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm just gonna see if there's anybody else who wishes to speak. Anybody else who wishes to speak in support of this application? In support of the application is what I asked, yeah?
I didn't hear that.
Okay, so now I do have a few people here who signed that they are opposed to this. And the first name I have is Craig Henderson. Do you want to come forward, Craig?
Sure. So I have some questions. In the planning report, where they decided to recommend approval, conservation subdivision is referenced, and a couple of the attributes of conservation subdivisions are mentioned. However, from what I can see, 60% of this land is not being dedicated to be conserved. And I don't see where, as in the section on conservation subdivisions, that it's being rezoned to a conservation subdivision. So my first question is this a conservation subdivision?
What do you mean by that?
Is it a conservation subdivision? And you've used a couple of different things saying this should be approved because it has these attributes that are listed as features required for a conservation subdivision. Now you're using that for the justification of it, but it's not a conservation subdivision.
Sorry,
Why?
sir, you're saying they're using it for justification, where does it say
Well,
that because of
okay.
a conservation subdivision? this
Well,
application
okay,
should be
very well. First of all, it says right here, 4.2.11 conservation subdivision. Within substance commence the area described as those lands north of Coronation Road, etc. It goes on, and it says, an area of protected land that will remain as open space are subject to compliance with the following. Now they mention 4.2.11.21, the development area should be comprised of 20 generally contiguous acres. And they also comment on the development density shall generally be a maximum of 1 lot per 2 acres of gross development. Now, those are features that they've described of the conservation subdivision in the planning, in the development plan. However, why are these attributes being used to justify the approval, the RRPD saying they recommend approval?
Sorry, Mr.
If it's not
Henderson,
a conservation subdivision.
sorry, Mr. Henderson, I'm asking you again. Where does it say from the planner's report that those things that were written there are justification for approval?
Oh, well, it says right at the bottom here, at the very, right after it says, development area should be comprised of at least 20 generally contiguous acres. 4.2.112.2 development density shall generally be a maximum of 1 lot per 2 acres of development area. The proposed subdivision application appears to meet the general intent of the RRPD development plan. I mean, there are 2 features of the conservation subdivision mentioned, and then immediately after there's a sentence saying that it appears to meet the general intent of the development plan. So it seems to me that these features in the development plan of conservation subdivisions are being used to develop an argument saying this is recommended for approval. And I was wondering why, if it's not a conservation subdivision, are those features being used in the report to support the approval of it?
Madam Mayor, this subdivision's been approved already. I don't even know why we're discussing this. This is an approved subdivision. This is a moot point to me.
I'm at a public meeting and I'm asking a question.
Right, but this subdivision is already approved. You're
Oh,
talking.
okay, that's fine. I'm asking a question. And no, I'm not answering the question.
Sir, I'm trying to attempt to answer your question.
Okay.
What the planner has written in the report, you're inferring something from the content of the report. And I asked you specifically, where does it say? Just because the planner's report talks about conservation subdivision, the planning act, the development plan, and all those things, that's information provided in that report. You're inferring, because they provided information in the report, that means that they're using it as justification, and I'm asking you, so that we can ask the planner, where have they said that this is a conservation subdivision, or that any of the information related to the conservation subdivision should be used to approve this subdivision? I don't think that was said anywhere in the report. And I'm asking that, and I asked you, and all yours quoting me is inferences, from what I can tell.
I'm quoting the analysis by the RRPD here, and the analysis of the RRPD mentions 2 sections having to do with conservation subdivision, and immediately thereafter says it appears to meet the general development of the RRP development plan. So I think it's reasonable to assume that the purpose of using those 2 sections and mentioning them, where immediately thereafter it says that it meets the general intent of the development plan, that those must be being used to qualify that that's one of the reasons for them recommending approval.
Okay, there's a lot that you've said there to unpack it all. What I'll ask is, what was the intent of the planner in the report? You're interpreting something based on what you're reading. The best person to respond to that would be the planner who wrote the report.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, what was the intent?
For me to write that as an answer to a question, I need to prepare that. And if you wish, I will continue with that and I will answer you after that public hearing. I'm not prepared to answer you for you, is that in any written or verbal way right now. That been used for my report as an example for us to have as a general adherence to the development plan. But I cannot analyze it more right now, as it's conservational subdivision or not. I'm not prepared to answer for that question right now.
So,
okay,
Valentina, were you intending to use conservation subdivision as a reasoning for this approval?
No.
Okay, so I think the question's been somewhat answered, but she said she'll provide something in writing.
Okay, thank you. Now, my other question is the phrases are used, these are subdivisions that are smaller than 4 acres, which are in the area of South St. Clements, in which the sections mentioned in here, the 4.2.11 allow the subdivision of lots smaller than 2 acres. Now,
The phrase that it's generally, in compliance is used. And this section is mentioned. However, there are right here, 1, 2, 3, things that are, say, must, you know, and it must be located on existing roadway, must be infill lots of a size that reflect the established size and nature of the existing lots. That it should be between an extension or grouping of non-farm residential lots separated from existing lots no more than 100 meters on the same side of the existing road. Now, this came into law in 2017, and bylaw was passed into the development plan at that time, and it's continued with exactly the same text. And it used to be that the planners used to say, well, this isn't in compliance for these reasons. And also, Tina Harms from Agriculture has brought up all of these same points in under section 4.2.11. I mean, it says here that infill residential lots may be permitted subject to compliance with the following, and they give these various different sections saying these features that these allowed infill residential lots smaller than 4 acres of size can have. It used to be back 2017, 18, 19, the planners used to write, this is not in compliance. It doesn't comply with these things. The law hasn't changed. Now the planners say it is in compliance. I would like to know why. What changed?
I can't answer that, and I think if you want to find out why they changed, that's a question you could ask the planning department. Whether that's a question for this public hearing, I'm not sure, sir.
Okay, well, I'm sort of just wondering, you know, because I mean, the word generally, I mean, most people when they think of generally would think that, you know, it complies with most of it or like pretty much all of it, or, you know, not like just a small portion, and there are several things that absolutely do not comply. So I'm just not understanding this use of the word generally in compliance when there's really several requirements that are listed here that have been in law since 2017. And at one time, the planning people used to say, the planners used to say, no, this is not compliance. And now they say it's in compliance. So I just wanted to know what changed and how.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Henderson?
At this moment, no. I was just looking for an answer to that question.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
perhaps Mr. Henderson can go down to planning during the week and deliver these questions to them, and perhaps somebody there in the office could give you relevant answers to you.
Yeah, sure.
That would be the best way to, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sort of surprised that these things can't be answered at the time, because they make up a large part of the planners at RPD recommending to councils that the subdivision is in compliance with the development plan. And I guess I just don't understand how it is you can have so much not in compliance. I mean, Tina Harms mentioned 7 different things that aren't in compliance, and they're all pretty clear. And I believe there are at least 3 more. Okay, I will go ahead and ask the board. I'm really very surprised that in this forum that there isn't an answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple more names on my list here. I have Ron Webster.
Yeah, right here. I just have one question about the road on Ludwig.
Do you want to just stand up because we can't hear you?
Oh,
from
sorry
back
about
there?
that.
That's okay.
On Ludwig there, you said this plan's been approved now, right? Yes. So that road is just gonna get washed away with all the traffic on there. What are we doing about that? And the drainage system is already at capacity all the way to Henderson. So what are they doing about that too?
Okay, which road are you talking
Ludwig
about?
Road.
The which?
Ludwig.
Ludwig?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
Mr. Administrator, maybe we can get Public Works so we can do a road count, just as with our road policy. Just a suggestion.
Certainly, we can do a road count.
Yeah.
I know right now it's all
Policy.
wrecked.
Oh, it's wrecked like crazy.
And, and an engineered drainage plan would be required as part of
Yeah.
any subdivision.
This is what I want.
Yeah, it's usually in the winter, like springtime, it's like maxed right out, so.
That's what would be determined through the engineered drainage plan. The rule of all subdivisions is that when land is subdivided, it cannot introduce more drainage than what was existing already. So they have to have a plan, so they engineer a plan so that if it was already flooding or the drainage was already, it can't make it worse, but it can't make it better. You know? Sometimes it does make it better, but
Appreciate it.
usually.
Okay, the next name I have is Amber Fisher. Do you have anything else that you want? Do you want to come to the podium? It's just a little hard to hear. We've been here for quite a while today, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm Amber Fisher, resident of 370 Ludick Road, so neighboring to Bonnie and Dennis, the parcel that is being subdivided. My main concern is setting precedent of 1 acre lots in the area. As of right now, agricultural restricted zoning, 4 acres. Precedent has already been set in a couple of the developments. Our side, 4 acres, the north side of the road is 2 acres, which we've accepted. Big development, Church Avenue, or Church Road there, 2 acre developments. I'm concerned in terms of just setting that new precedent of allowing a 1 acre lot in the area, just to change that all. I don't know what else to kind of say in terms of, is there a plan? I know they want that 1 acre separate. Can they resolve it into one of the other lots and make a larger lot to sell? Does it have to be a separate parcel? If they've already purchased the land off of the previous owners. So that's my concern.
Okay, and you've stated your question, so
Yeah.
after we hear everybody, I will ask the applicant to come back and see if she can answer that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another name on my list here, and I believe it's Chuck Burton.
He's left already.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't have any other names, but is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody step forward, so if you would like to come forward and just kind of explain what the thought was.
Well, just to answer Amber's question, we have met all the regulations when it comes to the big subdivision. The only exception was because we had to put that road there, that's what we did. And I understand that you're saying 2 acre lots. This is the exception to the rule. This is 2 lots, it's the exception to the rule. We had to put the variance in for that. Well, 1 lot, right. And we had to do it for that road. If it wasn't for that road, we wouldn't be here. Because this is as time consuming for us as it is for everybody else.
We're not going to stop development. Development is essential for growth, whatever else. But we can control some parts of the development. And I think by putting an acre lot, not maybe for this development, but for future ones. It's setting a standard for other lots to develop. And yes.
But this is an exception. Other lots wouldn't potentially.
In courts, in any kind of other residual thing, people go back, even if it's an exception, people go back and say, well, it was done here, so I can do it, kind of thing. So in terms of, we moved out to Ludick Road or in the rural area to still feel rural, right? 2 acres still feels rural. Once you start getting smaller lot sizes.
So once what is the difference between somebody moving into those lots, if it's a 1 acre or a 2 acre, you would still have a family there? What is the issue that you're having? Is that the exception was done, or is it, because even if somebody builds, you would still have somebody there, whether it was 1 or 2 acre lots?
So you have.
So, I have to cut this off, I apologize, but this is,
my first.
it's a public hearing, all questions are direct to the chair then determines or directs the answer as necessary. There can be always, and as mentioned earlier, a debate is not, this is the place for the debate. There are opinions, and I appreciate very strong opinions.
And I just wanna chime in that in all of our municipality in that particular area, there is no 1 acre zoning. Okay, the minimum acreage in any of those areas is 1 1/3 acres or 2 acres. So you're not gonna see a whole subdivision come in with 25 1 acre lots. So I just wanted to state that because that's not what the zoning bylaw says, that's not what council is wanting from the area. Yes, a lot of people do want smaller lots, but as you can see, a lot of the lots in that area are 2 acres or a little bit larger in some cases, so just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I don't believe go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Valentina.
We just
Sorry.
also added for our record also that for council consideration, the overall density remains with the permitted limits, but not to be used as a precedent for smaller lots. We indicated it in our report to you as a clear exception just for transportational and connectivity issues. That's it. Not as a precedent.
We have to extend these.
Yeah, we're gonna have to extend the meeting. Because we've got another
We have one more
application after this.
application, yes. So do you wanna do this one and then,
Let's do this quickly and then we'll
Yeah.
extend the meeting.
thank you. Okay, so we are,
Resolution for close the public hearing.
yeah,
So resolve that the public hearing for subdivision S 26-3130 and variation or 56 of 2026 be closed in the regular session of council be reconvened.
can I have a mover, please? Councillor Belanger, second, please. Councillor Corbis, all in favor, opposed, carried.
So the resolution for subdivision application S 26-3130, the proposal of Coley and Heinrichs to subdivide, did I pronounce that? Hopefully I didn't butcher that name.
Just fine.
To subdivide the following is roll number 15021, title 2198353, roll number 15400, title 2023590, roll number 15700, title 3130900, roll number 15900, title 3347022, roll number 16100, title 1960823, roll number 16300, title 3073961, roll number 16440, roll the title 3178383, roll number 16500, title 3300607. Resolve that council approve the said application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation writing to the municipality stating the taxes on the lands to be subdivided for the 3rd year and any arrears have been paid. B, required applicable fees paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital copy of the final subdivision of the Arms St. Clements. D, applicant owner provide an engineer design for roads, drainage and sewer systems. The existing low pressure sewer system is 600 meters from the proposed development. The low pressure sewer should be extended to the proposed development at a cost of the developers. The capacity of the existing low pressure sewer should be reviewed and if necessary upgraded at the cost of the developers. E, road naming has been approved as per the municipal road naming policy number 324, Manitoba Land Surveyor, to include approved road names on the plan of subdivision. F, applicant owner entered into an easement agreement with the Arm of St. Clements to address items including but not limited to if required. 1, drainage, 2, drainage plan of easement, and G, applicant owner enter into a development agreement with the Arm of St. Clements to address items including but not limited to if required. 1, engineered road drainage and sewer system design. 2, letter of credit for road drainage and sewer system construction. 3, capital development fees and road levy fees. And 4, administration fees. 5, sewer utility buying fees. 6, security deposit for charges that the municipality may incur through the development process. 7, cash in lieu fees. 8, street lighting. H, applicant owner to provide cash in lieu of dedicating public reserve land, amount to be determined. 2, applicant owner obtains all required lot density variances for 2 additional lots. 3, the applicant is required to provide written confirmation from Manitoba Infrastructure, Highway Planning and Design Branch that either drainage is not an issue or that the applicant has adequately addressed any potential drainage issues, including the potential impacts of proposed services road may have on the highway drainage system. The applicant will have to provide regional technical service engineer Nicole Flory with the sufficient information to ensure drainage and for this development would not adversely affect the provincial highway system. 4, drainage, a water rights license drainage section of the license to construct a water control works if required for the works associated with this subdivision development. An engineered drainage plan must be provided with the applicant in accordance with section 4 of the attached guide. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that the easement agreement has been entered into the Manitoba Hydro Central Gas with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision. Plan of easement as required in the Real Property Act has been provided. And 6, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into with Bell MTS and respective existing and future facilities associated with the subdivision and plan of easement as required of the Real Property Act has been provided. 7, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Rogers that an easement agreement has been entered into with Rogers with respect to the existing and future facilities associated with the subdivision and plan of easement as required of the Real Property Act has been provided. And I think I'm done.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, second, Counselor Spicer. Any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
So that's a resolution resolved that the meeting be extended to 11 p.m.
Yeah, sure.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, second. Counselor Boulanger, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
Okay. The next is the variance that's associated with this. Okay. So where am I here? S26 is the resolution for the subdivision.
Yeah.
And the resolution for the variance order. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number legally described as roll number 15021, title 2198353, roll number 15400, title 2023590, roll number 15700, title 3130900, roll number 15900, title 3347022, roll number 16100, title 1960823, roll number 16300, title 3073961, roll number 16440, title 3178383, roll number 16500, title 3300607, has made application for variation order number 56 of 2026 from site area 4 acres to proposed lot 18, 1.19 acres, proposed lot 19, 2.33 acres. Purpose to reduce the minimum site area to 2 proposed lots, lots 18 and 19, as part of the conditions for subdivision application S26-3130 amendment in the AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 56 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application require new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality required, and that this order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Corbus moves, Counselor Bethel seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay. We have a couple more items on our agendas this evening. The next one we have is a subdivision S26 3134.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for subdivision S 26-3134.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Corbis, second, Councillor Sutherland, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Go ahead, Valentina.
Madam Chair, so yeah, this is a subdivision application. Watch my screen here. Okay. 15 Old River Road, St. Clements, and purpose of that application is to subdivide the subject land into total 4 lots in RS Service Residential Zone. That's a location map of the subject property and proposed stem with 4 acres. That's an amendment for the approved previously subdivision for the 3 lots, now it's 4. So, summary of proposed lots, all lots are in compliance by the width and the size to the zoning bylaw of St. Clements and the Service Residential Zone 2. Our analysis here that proposed lots A1, there are 4 accessory structures and only 2 permitted. And that been addressed in variance. Only what we have left, it's just 2 more sheds to be removed for it, and we will put it as a condition for sure. Also, the remaining accessory structures combined area exceeds, it will be also addressed, it was already addressed in DO 41. All proposed lots in compliance to the zoning bylaw of St. Clements and the development plan of RPD. We recommend it for it to be approved. RPD recommendation and conditions. Applicant submits confirmation in writing from around St. Clements with the following requirements that are listed here: taxes, fees, digital copies, applicable fees, a development agreement, a drainage plan. Also, applicant owner removes 2 accessory structures, metal sheds from the property, and also applicant owner obtains all required setback number of accessory structures. It's again been addressed with the previous variance, but I just put it for us to have a normal list to go through. Applicant owner submit written confirmation of the engineering drainage plan that been approved by the right and licensing drainage department. Also, again, Heritage sent us their comments with their request for an assessment. That's up to you, council, if you want to remove it or leave it, but we have to have it as we've got the comments with it again for that amendment. And applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro about the easement that they require, and also from the Rogers about their easements that they require. That's it, Madam Mayor, what I have for that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner from council? Okay, I believe the applicant is in the audience. Do you have anything that you want to add to your application at this point?
Let me speak here.
Or at the podium if you don't mind, thank you.
Nope, I don't have any other, anything to add to Valentina's report. The only thing I'd like to just ask respectively is, the application has been previously approved with the archaeological assessment removed. I respectfully request that the amended application remain consistent with the original application and that portion be removed. Other than that, I'm satisfied with all other conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. And if you could just give us your name for the record.
Kelly Gawowski, 4376 Rebec Road.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any other questions from council? If we're ready to deal with this, we can bring the resolution forward after we close the public hearing.
Resolved, the public hearing for subdivision S 26-3134, we close the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover? Councillor Horwath, second please, Councillor Boulanger, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we have the resolution for the actual subdivision, please.
Regarding subdivision application number S 26-3134, proposal lots 7576880 Manitoba Limited to subdivide River Lot 287 Parish of St. Andrews. Resolved that the council approve the said application subject to the following conditions. One applicant owner submits written confirmation in writing of municipalities stating that A, taxes on the lands to be subdivided for the current year and any arrears will, as well as any outstanding fees or fines have been paid. The B, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, regular provide a digital copy of the plan of subdivision in the Arm of St. Clements. D, applicant owner prepare drainage plan to be submitted to the Arm of St. Clements for review and accepted as per the current servicing standards of the municipality. E, applicant owner to provide letter of credit to the municipality required prior to drainage construction, amount to be determined. F, applicant owner to pay applicable utility buy-in fees for proposed lots 2, 3, and 4. G, applicant owner to dedicate cash in lieu of dedicating land for public reserve purposes, amount to be determined. H, applicant owner enter into development agreement with the Arm of St. Clements to address the items included but not limited to required. 1, drainage plan. 2, future dwellings of proposed lots 2, 3, 4, connectivity to municipal low pressure sewer. 3, future dwellings of proposed lots 2, 3, and 4, enroll in the municipal curbside collection. 4, applicable fees, capital development levy, road levy, administration fees, sewer, utility buy-in, letter of credit, and drainage construction, cash in lieu fee. 2, applicant owner remove 2 accessory structures, metal sheds from the property. Please note applicant to verify site area dimensions or have this information submitted to the applicant, Manitoba Land Surveyor. 3, applicant or submits written confirmation that engineer drainage plan has been approved and the drainage and water licensing and drainage department has been provided the application in accordance with section 4 of the attached guide. 4, applicant or submit written confirmation. Okay, does council still want to have this in there, or are you willing to,
Oh, that's the archaeological one?
That's
Yeah.
right.
That's a hard thing.
Take it out.
Then 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro that an easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro with respect to existing or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. And 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Rogers that an easement agreement has been entered into with Rogers with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision of the plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second, Councillor Bazarowicz. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Either it's getting really late, or my memory's going, but I think I asked this question before. So proposed lot 1 is already hooked up to sewer and has curbside?
Yes.
Yes, they already paid.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, anything else?
I think I asked them before.
Good, mover, seconder.
Okay, any further discussion? I'll call the question, all in favor, opposed? Yes, it has been. Well, we are down to our last step.
Good night.
Good night, good night.
See you, Phyllis.
We have the last item on our agenda this evening.
It's been a long evening.
Thank you so much for being here.
You would have known you would have come later.
I would have come later. All good.
Okay, can we have a resolution to go into subdivision, please?
Resolved that the regular meeting of the adjourned and the public hearing be open for subdivision S26-3142.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, second, please. Councillor Sutherland, all in favor, opposed, carried. Hand it over to the planner to walk us through that one.
For sure, Madam Chair, thank you. So this is subdivision application S26-3142. An amendment? That's an amendment? That's not an amendment. Let me just remove that one, that's regular subdivision, no amendments. Okay, too late. Okay, located on 72073 Floodway Drive South, and the purpose of that application is to subdivide the subject land into total 3 lots in AR agriculture restricted zone. Here we can see a location map of the subject property and subdivision application map indicating 2 proposed and 1 residual lot, totaling 3 lots. As per summary for the proposed lots, all lots are in compliance to the zoning bylaw requirements. We've been not provided exact measurements for the residual lot, but they're all significantly bigger, so we're not going to deal with exact numbers. Our analysis here that there is some dilapidated sheds.
Old chicken coops and whatnot in there. So there's only one out there, so.
That word somehow does not work with me, so I'm just reading it by the, okay, so dilapidated sheds. There are 8 of the existing accessory structures, and 6 of them would be removed as per Sam and an intent of applicant. Or that would require a variance to bring it into compliance as a number of accessory structures and setbacks. So there is an option for the applicant to do or that or that. After circulations, we have no concerns from any departments. Some concerns been raised by the agricultural department, but with no objections or any specific conditions for that to have, and easements would be required for the hydro and gas, and proposal is consistent with the zoning bylaw and development plan, so we will recommend it for it to be approved. So RFPD recommends that application be approved with the subject conditions, and conditions are applicant owner submits confirmation writing from municipality stating 6 conditions that are mentioned. Taxes, fees, digital copies, a drainage plan, a letter of credit, and cash in lieu for dedicating public reserve land. Applicant owner obtains all required variance or removes 6
sheds.
Okay, sorry, it's too late for that word today. And applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas about the easement that they will require. That's it, what I have for today, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
You said dilapidated very well.
Oh, thank you. I've been reading that like
The 3rd time.
I don't know, just something's not clicking there.
Okay, any questions from council to the planner?
What kind of sheds were those?
I don't think you're gonna live that one
No,
down. The applicant is in the audience. Do you have anything that you want to add to your application, Rob?
I do not.
Okay. And if council is ready to deal with it, then we will close the public hearing and bring a resolution forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for subdivision S263142 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second, please. Councillor Bazarowicz, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
So regarding subdivision application S26-3142, proposal Weed to subdivide lot 8, plan 18833. It's resolved that council approve the said application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submit confirmation in writing to the municipality stating that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus arrears, as well as any outstanding fees or fines have been paid. To be required applicable fees have been paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital copy of the plan of subdivision of the Arm St. Clements. D, applicant owner prepare a drainage plan to be submitted to the Arm St. Clements to review and acceptance as per current servicing standard of the municipality. E, applicant owner to provide letter of credit to the municipality prior to the drainage construction amount to be determined. F, applicant owner to provide cash in lieu of dedicating public reserve land amount to be determined. And 2, applicant owner obtains all required variances or removed 6 dilapidated sheds. Please note applicant to verify site areas, dimensions, and habitat information submitted by the applicant's Manitoba Land Surveyor. 3, applicant order submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required with the Real Property Act has been provided.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang moves, Counselor Sutherland seconds. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. And that brings us to the end of our planning meeting for today. And thank you to everyone for your attention. It was long ago today, so I'm not sure. I think everything else that we needed to deal with was dealt with prior to planning, so I think we can have a resolution to close the meeting.
Resolved that the meeting of council be adjourned at 10:17 PM on June 23rd, 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, Councillor Strang seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Where'd I go?
I always thought it was pronounced dilapidated.